Değerli konuklar, ekran başında...
Distinguished guests, those of you watching us, Enerjisa Production, Istanbul HQ. Hello, everyone. Under leadership of production, this has been organized. Welcome to this year's suppliers meeting. Today, here as Enerjisa Production, we're happy to be with you. We have very, very distinguished guest speakers, and we have quite a rich program awaiting you today. I'm going to talk about the program, but before we begin, Enerjisa Production's most important priority, occupational health and safety. No planned drills today. If we have emergency requiring evacuation, the evacuation plan will kick in without any panic. Please follow the direction of the emergency management system, follow the emergency exit directions, and go to the meeting point, please. Our meeting place is Gate A, the green area before Gate A. Enerjisa Productions transformation processes, procedures, business flows, future plans and expectations will be shared with you today. One of the most important aims today is to reinforce our valuable business partners while doing long-term plans. Enerjisa Production, what sort of a roadmap does it have to go for the goals? And we have come together for the common denominator, common energy, strong synergy. All together with you, business partners, we respect life for a better future. We establish sustainable and reliable business partnerships. Welcome again, all of you, and thank you to all speakers and panelists. From purchasing strategy to occupational health and safety, from digital transformation to cybersecurity to green transformation and green certification, actual purchasing processes and supplier relations. We're going to be linking those with sustainability. So quite a comprehensive program. Before I go on to invite the speakers, I'd like to tell you that etkinliğimiz aynı anda is the address where you can actually follow us on the website. Also, for the program to be on time, we're going to be doing the networkings during the breaks with business partners so that the program will not be delayed and it will be more productive. We're not going to have Q&A, and we're going to have the networking during the breaks. Behind the column there is a library for you, and there are very valuable books prepared for you today: Energy, Finance, Prestige Management, Crisis Management, many, many books. You can take those. So the library is available for you today. So without further ado, let's start with the opening speech. Enerjisa Production and Purchasing Manager, Aziz Ünal. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Those of you watching us, welcome. Hosting you here is a great source of happiness. And about this organization, we've been planning for it for a long time. So I'd like to start with thanks. First, those who supported us in implementing this organization, administrative affairs, corporate governance, corporate communications. Thank you, all of you. If I've forgotten any business unit, I'm sorry. Another thanks goes to Barış Torun, our purchasing mentor. It was his idea, this organization. Now this idea has been implemented. We're together. Very happy to be here again. We're doing this for the first time. This is the first organization, Suppliers Day. Let's say the first one will be forgiven for its sins. Our basic aim today is to be with you so that you can get to know our processes, our business flows, what sort of future plans we have. We'd like to share those with you. As I said, our first aim today is what do we want to do as Enerjisa production? What sort of a roadmap we have? We're going to share that. And of course, we want to have long-term strategic partnerships with you. And for this to happen, for you to draw your own roadmaps, this is something we need and we want to share with you. Common energy, strong synergy is the motto. With you, a sustainable, reliable, trust-based, long-term business partnerships are what we wish to have with you. Egemen, Boss Egemen will be up here. I don't want to steal his show, but electric generation portfolio, 57% of it is renewable and domestic resources. For the future, in line with sustainability goals, we're investing in renewable sources. In energy trade, we're an active actor, and we're optimizing our portfolio on the markets to provide value for our stakeholders. With our diversified portfolio, we're the market leader in private sector, 24 facilities. Of course, here, while doing all of this, our first priority is always occupational health and safety. Everywhere, all the time, occupational health and safety. You, our colleagues, should go home without sustaining any damage at work. It's more important than anything. So it's not something compulsory. It should be a reflex, a culture. So we're approaching everything with this sensitivity, with this perspective, and we're sure that you're going to be doing the same. And we want to walk with you on this path. Again, for Enerjisa generation, sustainability is critical. As I said just now, in order to have a better future, 100% renewable investments are done. And we expect you to accompany us on this path. And in the panels, you're going to be informed. About purchasing processes, I would just like to summarize. I just want to summarize our perspective on these processes. As I said just now, we want a long-term journey with you. We have strategic business partnership. So therefore, we're not pursuing to create just one value here. We want to create value for all of our stakeholders. That's how we're advancing in our purchasing processes, which is the right thing to do. While doing business together, you should be happy, we should be happy. And at the end of the day, come on, we finished this. What's next is the environment we hope to achieve with you. About the agenda today, we're going to have a lot of panels, speeches, prestige management, green transformation certification, digital transformation, sustainability, occupational health and safety, purchasing processes in Turkey and globally, what's happening in the economy, what is expected in the upcoming period. We'll have lots of sessions. We have valuable guest speakers and valuable team members. I'd like to thank them here before you for not leaving us alone here. Thankfully, our boss, Egemen, will talk about our future plans. I'd like to thank again to everyone. And without further ado, I wish everyone a very delightful to Enerjisa generation to you. I wish for a value-creating and delightful organization. Enerjisa Generation Purchasing Director, Aziz Ünal. Thank you. Throughout the day, you're going to be hearing the word boss a lot here. Boss Egemen, boss İhsan. Of course, I've been involved with them for 4 years, but everyone calls one another boss here today. That's why you're going to hear the word a lot. And it will be a day requiring intense articulation, renewable, sustainable. Well, I think everyone has been broken into these terms. Now it will be a delightful day. We're happy. Enerjisa Generation, about its past and future vision. Enerjisa Generation Strategy and Portfolio Management Director, Egemen Yamankurt. Hello, welcome. How happy to see you. Familiar faces, new faces. Welcome. In fact, the story, I want to start with the story of Enerjisa Generation, with our humble beginnings, taking you to 26 years ago. 26 years ago, with auto producer license, Sabancı Holdings owned participations. They wanted to provide energy to those. That was the aim. It started with the facilities established with that aim. In Adana, Mersin, Çanakkale, our adventure started with those facilities, and Enerjisa Generation, the umbrella company, was an auto producer and cogeneration facility. In 2007, the investment appetite of Sabancı Holding increased, and European actors were interested in Turkey. And in 2007, with Fairmont, we had 50-50 partnership, and Enerjisa's shareholders. One of those was Sabancı Holding, the other Fairmont. Together with this momentum, an investment period got underway, significant investment. At the same time, 10 giant construction sites. And many construction companies would be challenged in such a process, and we were challenged. Our plans were commissioned a lot later than we imagined. We encountered much more costs than we expected. We encountered many barriers. Of course, Sabancı Holding's appetite continued for investment. Fairmont had some reservations, and we had a change in share ownership. Around 2012, 2013, the biggest energy company of Europe, E.ON, took over the shares of Fairmont, and the journey continued. While the journey was continuing between 2015 and 2017, the Enerjisa roof, the vertical integration, went from co-generation to trade, from trade to distribution and sales. We started questioning the benefit of the vertical integration, the synergy, and this questioning took us to, in 2017, retail and distribution function was at Enerji. Co-generation and trade was in Enerjisa. So after 2017, we took on a whole new structure. With 2017, I will take you from 2017 to 18, because in 2018, we had an IPO, 20%. And with the IPO, it was really, it was a new life for Enerjisa. This is where our journey started. Approximately, it lasted for 5 years. There was significant struggle there because the load of that investment, the financial load, and the newly commissioned plants, making them kind of stand up, basing them on operational excellence. So cogeneration became part of our life and it became the main element. During that time, the achievements we have had are what brought us here today. The precautions we've taken and the path that we have journeyed on with your contributions, all of these brought us here today. So it's one of the important steps. 2020, 2021 is a period of transition, and as of 2021, Enerjisa cogeneration, the competencies it has, the know-how, experience, has evolved to a totally new dimension. And the next vision of Enerjisa cogeneration, the dream and the new journey started to take shape. Enerjisa cogeneration. It has three focal points and three business lines. One of these is cogeneration. We generate electricity, as you all know. The electricity that we generate, we do the wholesale sales, we take speculator positions, electric gas, carbon trade, we do that as well. So our other important business areas, commodity, meaning trading. All of these main muscles, there's another thing feeding into those, the synchron digital. These three main elements sometimes support one another, sometimes provides opportunities for the other to grow. They feed on one another, and as they work together, they work more efficiently and put forth synergy. All of our organization and story is shaping around those three important things. There are tens of examples. I'd like to share with you several of those rapidly. 5 different technologies, 24 plants. This is where we generate. This gives us flexibility, and this flexibility we turn into money with our commercial muscles, or that's how we position ourselves. Every day, morning and evening, in European and Turkish markets, there's an electricity prediction price, which shows that our commercial muscles and digital muscles and market intelligence, what they provide us with, this competency. Many companies in Europe or in Turkey can't even come close to this currently. So what's important really is to be able to use all of these at the same time. I'll continue providing examples, but I would like to bring you here. What are we doing now? Where are we now? As Boss Aziz has said, in 5 different technologies with 24 plants and 348 megawatt installed power, Enerjisa cogeneration is serving in geographies that you know all over the country. The service is fulfilled, and 57% of the portfolio is local and renewable sources. In Turkey cogeneration, we have a 4% share. 36% of the total trade volume belongs to us currently. Throughout this story, there have been periods where we have fluctuated. Of course, there were those moments, or as you all know, the market is so variable. Wars, meteorological conditions, drought, rains, gas crisis, oil crisis, all of these, yes, have impacted this portfolio. But the fact that this portfolio is dynamic, strong, diversified, resilient, gave us this self-confidence. Enerjisa cogeneration has a sustainable EBITDA of $600 million annually. And this has relaxed us in many aspects. With this self-confidence, we are in a position to be able to invest more, to sail towards new visions. This is what we have evolved towards. And while doing all of this, the sustainable dividend policy for the shareholders. So On the part of the shareholder and other stakeholders, we have established a trust. So this has brought Enerjisa to a totally new journey. Yes, we have targets, and my purpose is to share those targets with you a bit.
As I share this with you, I'd like to talk both about the present and then the future a little bit. So I talked about these wheels, and one of the important elements is production, just like I've said. One of our main goals is the following. We would like to grow in renewable resources. So we're talking about solar and wind power plants, and we are going to keep investing in those. We want to go beyond 5,000 megawatts in our portfolio at Enerjisa. Last year, we signed a massive agreement for 1,000 megawatts. So that was a very big step of it. And additionally, we're going to have 380 megawatt pre-licensed power plant with storage area for wind power. And then when we think of our plant's capacity increase projections, we are carrying on in that aspect as well. Additionally, now we have 55 megawatt hybrid solar power capacity, and we want to increase it to 150 as we do all of these things. In Bandırma power plant base, we have started producing hydrogen, and then with South Marmara Hydrogen Valley project, we are going to be active in green hydrogen production. Annually, we're going to have 500 tons of carbon production. That is our projection for green hydrogen. So that's relatively a short-term goal. But at the end of the day, where we want to see ourselves is, first of all, make sure that Turkey's requirements are met in hydrogen, but we want to also, beyond that, be able to export hydrogen. That's why when we think of Enerjisa Üretim and our main journey, when we think of our main muscles, it's our production. And then we all have Enerjisa commodities, trade and trade growth. So for about 3 years in Europe, we have been serving with Enerjisa Europe. So we went through the pandemic, and just like I've said, we have gone through a very serious war. But despite all of these developments, with the tools that we have developed and with our risk management principles, we have been able to deliver our portfolio, especially building on the value that we have created from our commodities. So this really gives us another level of competence, because when we think of Enerjisa Üretim, we're not only talking about Europe. In electricity, gas, and carbon trade, we are heading towards becoming a global player. Right now, across 25 countries, we are trading electricity, gas, and carbon. We have 5 terawatt per hour end users. We are aiming to reach 40 countries. As we reach 40 countries, we are going to reach a pool of 100 terawatt per hour customers. Carbon trade is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we will face, managing carbon especially. That's true for all of us. That's why Enerjisa Commodities will be a main player in carbon trading. On this journey, when we think of all these dreams to achieve, what really helps us most is that we have our digital muscles that we have been developing for a very long time, and that will be at our disposal. So I'm very proudly talking about our portfolio to you, and the reason why is that think of 70,000 pieces of data that are being flowed in per minute. We are talking about processing, creating meaning out of all this data. And when we think of the entire story of Enerjisa, we see that competence laying behind everything. And the biggest source of pride for us is that we want to also serve, and we are capable of serving this capability to other suppliers. Now we have 3 customers, both in terms of performance monitoring and digital services, and we are at the stage of signing a deal with 3 further countries. So when you think of Synchron Digital, in terms of business transformation, data services, cybersecurity, and digital energy services, we will carry on providing service in these areas on an international level. So in 3 technologies, we have 10 power plants that are remotely managed, and that's carried out upstairs. In the cybersecurity room, we have 20 power plants, incidents, about 300,000 of them per day. So we are talking about a round-the-clock activity. We're not only talking about Enerjisa Üretim, we are talking about the electricity market of Turkey that are standing on its own feet thanks to our capacities. And we have our team that doesn't work only for Enerjisa Üretim. We are working to make sure that electricity power cuts are not occurring in Istanbul. We are talking about the security of electricity provision. So we have these 3 cogwheels that we work on. So we have talked about this in different platforms, and we have been discussing whether we can engage in further agreements and business partnerships. And there are actually several types of opportunities out there. So we can have a consumption point with our production capacities, and then we have our digital muscles, and we can create and pave the way for digital transformation, and we can also invest in venture capitals and also startups, so we can inform ourselves on the novelties and innovations, and we can help them enter the Turkish market. And at the same time, what we can also do is to make sure that all these elements that can bring Turkey to the international arena, we can do all of that. And in terms of distributed services, we can do that too. We're not only talking about energy, gas, or carbon trade, so we can make sure that other players can become plant owners so that our cogwheels grow larger by the day. So I've talked about where we're standing presently, and with this story that I've just shared with you, with the journey that I have shared with you, we are talking about a target that we want to have. It's 5,000 megawatts of installed capacity. We want to build on renewable energies. We have a portfolio. We are aiming towards a portfolio that is based on green energy. We want to take the leadership, and we want to also make sure that as Turkey's installed power increases, we want to increase the renewable potential of Enerjisa further. At the end of the day, with all the capabilities that we can harness, we want to make sure that we double the market value of energy production, and as a green company, we want to get ready for a potential IPO. So this is, in a nutshell, our dream. And we also have other dreams. And actually, when you think of the story at large, and when we think of what we want to tell our future generations, we want to have an EBITDA rising from 600 million to 1 billion EBITDA. So with the investments that I've just talked about to you, and at the same time, we're going to have developments that will go beyond our positions right now. And there are demands coming from the market, along with the new products that we will provide, and also with the capacities that come in with Synchron. We want to go further. We want to become a global player in every cogwheel, in every area. So that's our priority. We want to diversify our energy resources with batteries and with hydrogen, or with alternative energy resources. We want to diversify our portfolio, and we want to pave the way for development potentials. We want to make sure that all of these potentials can be realized within our doors. We want to be ready for international competition. We want to develop human resources internationally. We want to be competitive, and we want to make sure that our human resources use the premises as a school. And with people that develop themselves, improve themselves locally, we want to carry out further steps in our achievements abroad. So with all of this, we're going to arrive at a certain point. We're not going to just trade in the Istanbul Stock Exchange. We're going to dream further internationally, hopefully. Maybe we are going to have our IPO in a stock exchange abroad. So, from the very beginning until the very end of this journey, you have given us support all the way. And all of our stakeholders have supported us. And we need the same level of support in the rest of the journey. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, if you want to speak, I'll be here all day long. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Egemen Yamankurt, who is the Enerjisa Üretim Strategy and Portfolio Management Director. He's talked about very exciting elements, and along with Üretim Next, we're going to talk about a completely new vision. Enerjisa Üretim's today and tomorrow was shared by him. So we're going to carry on with a panel discussion, but if you'd like to follow closely, you can still come and sit. We still have available seats. So for energy companies to reach their long-term plans and strategies, you need to have a cluster of certain actions, and strong and long-lasting partnerships are carried out within Enerjisa with win-win principles. So both parties add value to their work, and then a long-lasting relationship is set up. We're going to have Aziz Ünal, who's going to moderate the panel discussion, the Enerjisa Üretim Purchasing Director. We're going to have İhsan Erbil Bayçor, Enerjisa Üretim CEO, and CFO Mert Yaycıoğlu. I would like to welcome them to our stage. Please take the seat. First of all, I'd like to thank you because you've been involved in a very challenging process, and thank you so much for making time for us. So, before we begin, I'd like to actually talk about this boss theme. So, a lot of people call each other patron, which means boss. We are not shareholders, just to let you know. This is just the way we address ourselves, actually. But where it comes from is the following. We don't like hierarchy. Everybody can take initiatives, and everybody can run processes, and everyone actually the boss of their own desk. And that's the climate, that's the culture that we want to set up here. So we have a very friendly environment. That's why we call each other boss. And so I just wanted to brief you on that. And meanwhile, so I was going to talk about Üretim Next, Production Next, but actually I thought of the journey. Since 2017, Enerjisa Üretim has been involved in a very significant transformation, and since then, we've seen how there has been a success story. And we're talking about such a success story that it could actually be seen as a case study in universities across the world. So, what was the secret behind this success story? It has become case studies in universities outside of Turkey. So, what have we done differently? What have we done well when we look at our partners? I'd like to actually start by thanking everybody. We were applauded as we entered the stage, but maybe we should clap all of you, actually, because we have started all together. There's something that we've put faith in our culture. So anyone who enters the door of Enerjisa that includes the digital channels as well, that person is a part of our goal, actually, that we want to achieve. So we have audience members here, and we will also have others that will be with us by listening to the record. So we are all together providing 5% of electricity in Turkey. It's very, very valuable. So I'd like to actually thank everyone for believing in the same goal, for really working so hard. So in every company, one of the first things that you need to define is your purpose. You need to know your destination. In Turkey, sometimes we find ourselves in a position where we need to set up a vision, and then you need to have a roadmap, and then you need to find your way. So Egemen talked about our history a little bit as well. So he talked about the road that took us here, but I would like to talk about facts a little bit. And I'd like to talk about a reality that actually hurt us in 2017. In 2017, September, from then on, with our net and EBITDA, in our EBITDA position, we had tenfold numbers. So we had actually a huge level of debt, and we had been shaken financially, and we were just trying to see our future and trying to define it. And along with all our business partners and stakeholders, we redefined our vision. And one of the most critical issues here is that we need to express ourselves well. When we think of Turkish organizations, especially, I am the father of two. I am the family with two sons. Actually, sons are really encouraged in families. If you really believe in your mother, you think that you're the most good-looking man in the world. You feel like you're the most smartest and the most competent. But in the last quarter of 2017, I guess we mirrored ourselves well, because we discussed very well our weaknesses, and based on that, we built and redefined our purpose and our vision. Focus was the biggest benefit that came out of it. We are producing electricity, and we want to do it the best way, and that was the goal that we set for ourselves. So it was a turnaround, it was a restructuring and transformation story that began there and then. So we redefined our values, and that was the second focus. So we wanted to do a good picture taking of it, and then we wanted to define our values. So companies can easily fall into certain traps. You want to just talk about the good sides, the good dimensions, or where you're dreaming of being. But as we wrote down our values, and actually it was all of us, it was a huge team that do that, and we said to ourselves at the time, well, we do not possess these values yet. If we possess these values one day, we can transform the way we want to. You might imagine that's not very easily admitted. So we became a team. We believed in each other. We said we're going to win or lose, and that's going to be together. So we broke an understanding of hierarchy that really fueled our team spirit, and you really put it in a very nice way. Everyone in Enerjisa Üretim is the boss for everything that they do best, from the board members to the entire members of the organization. So everyone is at the disposal of another if they need help. And we know that our stakeholders and our business partners are involved in this. That's what makes us happy. Actually, boss, I'd like to also talk about the financials on your side, because for a very long time you have been very involved in Enerjisa Üretim. You can really do an MRI scan of Enerjisa Üretim. You know the DNA of it. So from then and now, in terms of financials, what have we done differently, and where are we standing now? Well, actually, the financials are not the only story. We are talking about stakeholder relationship. We're talking about how we position ourselves. I was a part of Enerjisa Üretim for part of the journey, and I was part of the Enerjisa other company, but we had a very serious investment leap forward. And at this time, when we think of our position at Enerjisa Üretim, a stakeholder or a supplier, a strategic partner would not exactly want to work here. It was quite rigid. And a win-win strategy had not been set up yet. There was just a goal, and we were just running towards it. And money mattered more than people. Well, you might say, well, as a finance person, isn't that good for you? Well, no, because that's just a short-term perspective. When we think of how I came back to Enerjisa Üretim 2 years ago, people come first, and that's a fantastic thing. Because we have far better relationships with our business partners. I'm not going to talk about financials because Egemen talked about figures a lot. But what we need to do right now is this. Just like Egemen said, we have a fantastic dream goal ahead of us. It's impossible for us to run towards that aim on our own. That's why we need to set up good relations with our strategic partners, and we need to set up good partnerships with them. And we need to build this journey based on win-win. We should not try to only grab a bigger share of the cake. We should enlarge the pie itself. So the last 2 years have been quite challenging, both globally and domestically. The paradigms of the past were completely destroyed. Cash was the king in the past. But in the last 2 years, it's dethroned. Risk management is the king. And if you are just investing in cash, you would have lost a lot. But if you've been flexible, if you've had good relationships, and if you have worked with a lot of growing companies, if you've set up good partnerships with that, you probably have had a good growth momentum. So I'm not going to go into figures, but just to make sure, maybe I can talk about a few figures. We are talking about $600 million sustainable EBITDA. Egemen mentioned that, and that's an important figure. Our investment goals are very important. Enerjisa Üretim, when we think of the balance of Enerjisa Üretim and how it's solid, just like Ihsan said, when we think of revenues before tax and interest, and when we think of the nets that we have minus the debts, in the world, you should be able to use all the cash in your register and pay off all your debts. That rate is 0.1% in Enerjisa Üretim. So basically, with our revenues pre-tax in 1 year, and we just use 10% of our entire revenues. What kind of a flexibility do we have? It gives us a win-win perspective and a huge support. We're also managing risks together. And these are our risks as well, and this gives us what we want.
Thank you. In fact, what I'm hearing from you is that this has started with a significant cultural transformation. And I should confess to myself that I was involved at that point. I should have been previously in purchasing. We just had cost-focused perspective, like it had to be the cheapest, whatever it was. While on the other hand, with the direction of Boss Ihsan, we had that cultural transformation. Boss Mert pushed us in the same direction as CFO. They supported us a lot. And we focused on creating value instead of being the cheapest. Quality and timely delivery became important. Then came costs. If you're not happy with what you're doing, not satisfied, if it's not creating value for you, at that point, it reflects on quality and everything else. That's the cultural transformation. And workforce. One of the most important points to reach this point is the contribution of the colleagues. So that's the synergy we created to be here today. Thank you for that. Now, this transformation has a second phase. Co-generation next. this Generation Next vision. Can we listen to that from you? And what do our business partners have to do? To be able to complete the cultural transformation gave us self-confidence. The financial advantages, also the labor force having reached a certain level, doing important things with our stakeholders, as Egemen conveyed in the equity story. The things we have achieved or we intended to achieve is because we could have this sense of togetherness. Therefore, there was a scene in my father and my son, and the son was asking, do people's dreams become smaller as they grow up? So organizations usually tend to downsize their dreams. There are the doyens of the sector here with us. Something that we can agree on is that the organizations in Turkey, at least in energy sector, we cannot imagine not being able to compete with global companies. We see we are better in lots of things. So we have to carry this abroad. We define this in Üretim Next. That also is going to be with our stakeholders. Of course, we shared the numerical targets of Enerjisa, $1 billion worth of profit EBITDA. For Enerjisa Üretim, this means 60% growth, and everybody that Enerjisa collaborates with should increase their product EBITDA twofold, and that should be our responsibility. Üretim Next, compared with the planning of other companies, is the biggest difference. Apart from a conventional growth target, we should think beyond ourselves for something that will benefit the entire society and the entire world. That's the transformation we need to have. We have 3 points of focus with generation, both in Turkey. We don't want to grow in Turkey with renewable at 5% or more. We want to fulfill that need very efficiently and productively, and not just for the electricity sector, but to prepare the industrial sector for the future because they survive on exports. Carbon at the border, alignment with 55, having competitive power supply figures. This should be the responsibility of us and all of our stakeholders. That's how generation is. Apart from that, commodities, trade. We're active in 5 continents. We believe we can do more, and we want to convince our shareholders for that. And what feeds this? The digital business unit. What has been achieved in the retail banking sector in the past, same will be achieved in the energy sector. Egemen was modest. For wholesale, I should say something else. Really, Enerjisa production generation with the labor force and of the value created by the labor force, we can predict electricity prices for Europe and Turkey. The closest competition can do this in 3 days. In digitization, Turkey has this opportunity to create value. And Enerjisa Üretim is a young organization, average age 35. So we never needed to talk about whether or not we should digitize. Sometimes we're dreaming of iPhone 1 and the team brings us iPhone 14, 15. In Üretim Next, in summary, of course, let's be this much megawatts, let's be this much kilowatts hour, and let's have this EBITDA we have. But next, for Enerjisa and for all the stakeholders and for Turkey and for our children whom we believe in, it's a better organization, a better energy world, and we want to leave them a better world. We're all going to be pursuing that. Thank you. There are those who come to visit and we go to visit, seeing what you've been saying now is really a good thing. We always organize meetings, plan visits, and like to see things on site. So these are very proud moments. Boss, again, the same question. But on the other hand, really, in the background, there's significant and successful financial agreements. As far as Üretim Next Vision, how will you evaluate this? And what do our business partners have to do within the scope? What do we expect from our business partners? Starting from the beginning, in our Üretim Next Vision, we have certain targets. When we do these financial agreements, in fact, just like going for an IPO, we went to financial institutions and tell them our story, how far we've come, how did we achieve that, how are we currently, and what are the targets before us. So we explain all of these things in three pieces. While explaining these three pieces, of course, the financial institutions that we go visit always have reservations, which is normal because the environment we are is really volatile and houses lots of risks. What they ask us is the following. You have achieved these figures, but are they sustainable? Are your growth targets realistic? Will you have supply problems while doing this? How are your relationships with business partners? Your business partners' social, environmental, climate conditions, are they aligned with those? Also, how do you manage your supply risk? How do you manage your liquidity risk? So we encounter significant questions. Up until now, we've had significant success about this because we had concrete achievements, and as Ihsan and Egemen said, the targets we can explain in a credible manner. And what we have achieved so far is sufficient ammunition for us to convince them. Our business partners, how do we have to work with them? Okay, now, there are several risks. The biggest of those is liquidity risk. Really, liquidity risk is really problematic when you use financing or in terms of collection or in terms of payments. In Enerjisa generation, we have this healthy, strong, robust balance sheet, and risks have been shared honestly. Well, let me talk about the risks and then I'll go for second risk is supply risk. From time to time, 2 years ago, up until 2 years ago, in Enerjisa Energy, I was in charge of group purchasing. We saw periods like, even though you pay up front or 3 months before, you couldn't find iron. There are still similar supply risks. 3, commodity risk. What will be the commodity prices? Where will they go? 4, FX risk, inflation risk. Now, these are things we have to sit down and manage together. To our stakeholders here, their perception of risk, if they can share these transparently with us, we're in a position to support all of them. We keep emphasizing our digital competencies. Digital competency in our electrical market, we can use it in the commodity market as well. Hedge products on the financial side. We have very, very skilled teams that sit down with the banks to design products. We can support those. We can do the same thing for FX rates. In liquidity risk, we can work on different payment models, but the most important outcome of this should be the following. In growth, we should go for a win-win model. In all of these, we're ready to support our stakeholders. I say this very sincerely. We'll open our books, our estimations, so long as we see the same transparency from the other side. I'm ready to sit down and talk openly, assess the risks commonly, and find a common solution. So is Ihsan, so are you, I know. So when we advance like this, it will be a win-win model, which will take us to wonderful places. And in this world where we're going towards $1 billion of EBITDA, we want to see our stakeholders increasing their EBITDAs 2 or 3-fold. You talked about this. Egemen talked about this. On the way here, it was with your support. We're going to be moving together from now on as well. And we're always ready to support you because in the long term, this is a collaboration. We lived this in the past during the pandemic period. We tried to overcome difficulties together, not just in Turkey. In the world, there was an inflation problem. There as well, we acted together to overcome. And our distinguished business partners will be among our important supporters. We want to go hand in hand on this path. There's something you're very sensitive about, occupational health and safety. I know how sensitive you are. In fact, you tell everyone if there's 99% guarantee but 1% risk, stop that plant, you say. I know that. In our internal meeting most recently, you touched upon a very nice point. You said it should be a reflex. And it should not be because of bonus or because we have to. You say this has to be done because it has become a culture. What do you expect from our business partners in that regard? One of the questions I receive is, what would keep the CEO up at night? 3 things keep you up. One is occupational health and safety. It's the most important thing. If we're not where we wish to be in that regard, no sense in having those big numbers. Second, culture. It shapes the organization. Third is cybersecurity. It's a threat for everyone. The remaining topics, he's leaving them for me, I think. Yes, but in OHS and security, everybody should believe the following. Everybody who enters the plant of Enerjisa, we're all responsible for them. They should be leaving as they came in. In Turkey, in practice, and also in some countries, in targeting, errors are made. Occupational accident targets are 0-0 in our case. In some organizations, they say 3 is fine, 2 is fine. If there's no loss on business days, this is agreeable, they may say. But we say for your own son, for your own daughter, for your own loved ones. If they fall 3 times a year, that's okay for me. If they break an arm once, it's not that important. If that's not your saying for them, then you should not say that for anybody who enters our plants. That should be the approach. First, OHS motto. We use that a lot. But then we thought that's not so right. We always went back to OHS because there's that reflex in the nature of a human being. Okay, let that not be a priority this time. From now on, it will always be. It's like delaying the date you start dieting. Plus, OHS is not limited with business hours. It's part of 24 hours. And in order to fulfill that purpose, for internal communication and for ingraining the culture in us, always OHS is the concept we have gone on to. No matter what, always OHS. Me, Matt, Aziz, and all the organization undersigns the following. And as you said, generation will no longer have any occupational accidents, but 0 EBITDA. Are you ready for this? And we would underwrite. We would undersign this, really. Let's say the availability of the plant is low. Let's move away from KPI targets, but internally, we should have no reservations or incidents as regards OHS. We're saying this from the heart. And this is something we're ready to sign. because of its structure, it's been defined in the labor laws. Well, we're doing the most dangerous, hazardous things. In all the five technologies, this is something we have to be very careful about. We should never compromise some OHS, and we have to believe that we can do this. There's one more thing about culture. In Turkey, person who drives a vehicle, when they go to Germany to rent a car, their behavior changes, they abide by all the rules, they drive so very differently. This we know to be the case. Without leaning on something cultural, you have to believe that that's also doable. If we say OHS always, we can do it. Okay, not just financials. I know you're very sensitive about OHS. Is there anything you'd like to add? On the other hand, we talked about crises, commodity crises, past crises, especially in the upcoming period. What's the most significant risk that you see? Something we and business partners should take under the radar. First of all, starting from OHS, I absolutely agree with him. I would sign underneath that. Somebody who is entering through Enerjisa, when they leave, they should be at least as healthy as they were when they first walked in. That's our first mission. We explain budgets and costs and talk money, but these mean nothing in the absence of the other. That's priority number one. That's indispensable. Nothing to discuss in this regard. Coming to risks, in fact, what is the biggest risk? I'm forcing my imagination, but a meteor from the sky, I guess, is what is left. Risks are very diverse. The ones that I just talked about are the biggest. They're always valid. What should be done? Instead of talking about risks, we should be talking about what to do about them, because risks happen independent of you. You cannot prevent them from happening. So what do we have to do? You should have a very, very good radar. Which risks are on the way? What should we do if any one of them happen? This we should always be prepared for. In general, in Turkish companies, what I saw based on my past experiences, there are aggressive growth plans. The aggressive growth plan is always dangerous. You should grow by digesting. That's the healthiest option. It's dangerous to serve a debt by not being sensible, not being transparent when pricing risks is not the most constructive thing. It may have really bad outcomes, but transparency is always the better thing. We're in such an environment as this. Rather than being a single player, you have to be a team player, because by ourselves, we have no chance. Yes, Enerjisa Üretim is very strong financially. We have wonderful targets, but in the absence of the support of these stakeholders, we cannot do anything. So we should always think the following. There are these risks. How can I manage these risks? While managing these risks, whom can I collaborate with? And after that, are my growth plans robust enough? And we should be, can I walk safely within this framework with firm steps? That's what you should ask. We can talk about risks for hours, but just words, not much will change. But the critical point here is that we should be transparent, open for one another. We'll be together, stronger together. And so these are what I'm hearing from you. On the OHS side, really, it's an important and critical point for us. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for your help. In the fields, we have hazard notifications. We have a system about this. When we carried out an analysis about this, 99% of these came from our own employees, but only 1% notification for our business partners. If you can be more active regarding this. our business partners here, those watching us remotely, if you could support us more, we'll be happy. We'll be elaborating on this notification later on. But okay, sustainability, another important topic, critically important. Sustainability, at what point is it? How are you planning your investments? What do our business partners have to do about this?
Olcan put it in the right way. Actually, both of my daughters cannot pronounce the word renewable. They cannot say yenilenebilir, they say yenebilir, which means edible, and sürdürülebilir in Turkish, sustainable, is also hard to pronounce, but actually it is something that we really need to have a fight for. I was born in 1979, and we're almost all from the same generation, actually. I guess, well, we should consider those born after 2000 blameless. I don't know who was giving us this right, but actually all of us who are born before 2000, we're all sinful. Why? Because we have eaten up from the future for everything that we've done. So we can find certain justifications, but actually when we think of countries, societies, individuals, we have really stolen from the future. Sustainability is something that we want to draw attention to. Well, a lot of places have already removed themselves a lot from sustainability. We need to have regeneration in certain areas. So we need to really restore things back to what they were. And when we think of certain metrics and positions, some of them can still be sustainable. What we need to do is to make sure the sustainability needs to be preserved, and you need to fight for that too. So this is quite relevant for social responsibility as well. When we discuss sustainability and what we need to do for that, we said, well, we need to do it in a very wider scope. Actually, Salim, one of the masters in this field, have supported us a lot. So we set up and we created our impact map and our stakeholder map and our journey plan. So if we were fighting for something, we wanted to make sure that we could do that. We can wage this fight for many years. You might remember on May 19, I think it was 2019, we started planting seedlings, and we believed in the fact that, well, we have 24 power plants with Enerjisa, and we should think of ourselves as owners of the forest which we are positioning ourselves. If we want to really make sure that those forests live on for the future, we thought we could follow this metric, and then we say, well, okay, in 15 years' time, we can go back and say we have planted 15 million seedlings, and we have made sure that 12 million of them have been able to live on. So what we needed to do was that for certain areas, we wanted to have detailed work that could be sustainable, which we can work on a continuous basis. So energy companies are big sinners. So as a leading player, we have a responsibility. As leader, as pioneers, we need to show that we can do things differently. We need to also keep seeking. Bandırma energy base is very important in its location. So we're talking about 600 meters of coastal line, and we can have ships that can harbor there, and we also have the pipeline between Greece and Turkey. So theoretically speaking, we can start green hydrogen export tomorrow. We have 5 to 6 technologies, and we have a natural gas power plant, and we also have hydroelectric power plant. We have solar panel. We are going to have a wind turbine. We're going to have also batteries that will be commissioned. So we're going to also have storage. In terms of hydrogen, main equipment suppliers are seeking to work with the natural gas power plants, and maybe we're going to be a part of that transformation process. And for R&D, we're working a lot. We should be working even more to find more innovative solutions. And based on the mapping that we have done, we need to run ceaselessly. So we are fighting a lot for trees. We are very male-dominated in our industry. I need to make this confession. In 2018, when I took up responsibility for the power plants, I saw that women's bathrooms had been turned into storage areas. That's what I saw in our field visits. And I asked my colleagues and said, well, it's impossible because nobody comes here who are women. So that's why we turned them into storage areas. But now we're very happy. We have female engineers and technicians, and in all the power plants, actually, in the remotest areas, in the highest altitude areas, and in the also control room in the head office. So we want to increase women's employment in the industry. We want to do that by further and better explaining the industry. Maybe that was what was missing. So we have set our goals of sustainability, and we also want to have exchange of ideas with our stakeholders. In further iterations, we're going to do more, but without halting, we're going to keep our fight in all these areas so that we make sure that we create value added. All the fights that we have waged so far, we will be able to see them evaluated by our external stakeholders. We're going to see what kind of a road we've followed. So we're going to share that with our business partners as well. Then this will inform our roadmap for 2024 and for years coming. So obviously, we're working on this a lot with our business partners as well. There are a lot of tasks that need to be carried out. So what would you like to say about sustainability? What kind of tasks do we have for this business partners? On the sustainability side, obviously, it's our priority, but we need to be sustainable even on that. So efforts of sustainability are expensive. In order to carry this on, companies will need serious levels of resources. You need to have access to these resources and you need to grow all together. So you need to set your priorities right in a realistic manner. That's why, for example, financial organizations require certain standards and we all know what they are. After a while, access to loans would be extremely difficult unless you meet those standards. So that creates a liquidity problem. So very fast, you need to adapt to those requirements, meet those requirements. It comes with the cost. We are aware of these costs, but at the same time, just like I've been trying to tell all this time, we need to increase the size of the whole pie. So we really need to make sure that we support each other and we need to discuss the nature of that support. We set very good goals. We say we're going to reach this level, that level, we're going to do that. But at the same time, we have to remember one thing. Risk management is extremely important. Everybody's discussing sustainability, but when the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, they started working the coal-fired power plant in the middle of London. So we need to guarantee our own supplies, and then we have to carry on with our plans after that. But actually, we don't have the luxury to halt the continuing plans. We are talking about a two-sided issue. Actually, we have to really think of it this way. So the coal-fired power plant needs to be available for service. It was going to be maybe halted, but what kind of sustainability are we talking about? This is a journey that we want to see you with ourselves, and in order to pass on a good future, we are in need of your support. So what would you like to add before we conclude, bosses? So you have really pointed out all these areas that call for all these goals that we need to carry out together, creating a future with more value added, sustainability, and occupational health and safety, leaving a good future for the generations to come. These are all areas that we need to uphold all these values and also bear the responsibility together. We need to believe together, fight together. Sometimes we'll fall, but we need to pick each other up, and we should not give up on running. Again, I'd like to thank everyone infinitely from the bottom of my heart. Ihsan always passes very good messages. Professionally speaking, I'm on the side that's quite boring. Risk management is very significant. As you manage risks, as we manage risks, with all of our heart and resources that we have, we are ready to support you because without you, we are aware that we cannot run towards the goals. We are aware that we can do this only together. That's why our door is always open, wide open to you, and you can always come and we can discuss any topic that you want. We are ready to support you in any way. Thank you so much for coming. I guess I have one more thing to say. Lastly, we should point out one thing. Our main motto is we are producing all together. And this is something that we say from the bottom of our hearts because this is a fight that we wage all together. So we also say it changes with us. So we're going to change together for the better. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your participation. Thank you, Aziz, Ihsan, and Mert. This was a very enjoyable panel discussion. Now we have a 10-minute break, and then we are going to talk about the occupational health and safety perspective in Enerjisa. We're going to have our speakers on the stage. See you in 10 minutes.
Bir kez daha merhabalar.
Hello, everybody, once again. For Enerjisa Üretim, occupational health and safety matters a lot everywhere, every time. Mert, Ihsan, and Aziz talked about that actually. It is the top priority for us here at Enerjisa Üretim. Ensuring a safe and healthy workplace has always been the top priority of Enerjisa Üretim. And we not only talk about work environment, on the traffic, on our way here, at home, at work, we need to make sure that awareness is raised and we are working tirelessly to ensure a safe work environment for everyone. So, to talk about the occupational health and safety perspective of Enerjisa Üretim, we're going to have Tansu Altunok, Enerjisa Üretim, occupational safety culture design mentor and application and solution partner. And then we're going to have Anıl Akpınar. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So, there's a challenge that all the speakers will face because after Olcan, after his tone of voice, we're going to be challenged by the way we speak. Hopefully, after Olcan, you'll like my voice as well. Another challenge that I will face is the following. So, the positive development of the occupational safety culture is a part of this, actually. Ihsan Boss, Aziz talked about very important things about occupational safety. And there are things that we have to take at the center of our attention all the time. I was going to talk about all of that. So I'm thinking, what can I say otherwise? What can I say new? I said, well, maybe I should look at it from a different perspective. How do I start mentioning it? Well, actually, as we were walking in the office with our consultant, we encountered Boss Ihsan, and he said, whatever you say to Tansu, if you say neden, if you say why, he's going to talk 3 hours. If you ask him how, he's going to talk for 30 minutes, he said. But I'd like to point out that I will try to respect the time allocated to me. I will talk about our occupational safety culture. So, Ihsan and other speakers have mentioned as well. So, when is OHS relevant? Is it a priority? Do priorities change? When priorities change, where do we locate OHS? We need to really emphasize these. And in our story, OHS is always a part of our story. At home, in the process, on the traffic, at every moment of our lives, OHS needs to be an integral part of it. In a moment of crisis as well, in order to manage the crisis taking place, we sometimes change our priorities, but we should never shift the focus on OHS. Let's talk about the how. I will show you a chart, and I would like you to pay attention to it. So, where do you really point out here? On an individual level, do we focus on diseases, health, or wellness and vitality? As an organization, on employee safety, are we reactive? So in the field, do we go after all the findings and do we correct the incompatible situations? Do we channel our energy there? Or are we focused on zero accidents? Do we want zero accidents? Mert said the following: the moment you enter the power plant, we want to make sure that you are safe. So are we positioning ourselves in a way that we attach value to these issues? Going beyond the story is actually precisely that. Heliotropic impact. I'd like to talk about a little bit about that. Think of a sunflower. It's fed by sunlight, and it faces the sun that feeds it. Just like that, with a pre-admission that people gravitate towards a positive, we should begin from that point. As a leader, as leadership, in order to face the right and the positive, the right and the good, we can go beyond in our story. What are the components of a positive organizational culture? Just like I've said. So you need to go beyond expected performance levels, and you need to have a willingness to focus. You should focus on the strengths and the capacity of everything. I'd like to repeat again. People naturally gravitate towards the good and the right, and this is how we can start our story. Another thing is the following. With everything that we do, we have 5 golden rules. You see the acronym with the initials of everything. It's yetki, it's authority. So actually, working high, we have PPEs and traffic and job-based risk assessment are a part of our golden rules. So these are the rules that we abide by all the time, and these are a set of rules that we internalize at all times. But how do we do this? How do we put this into a system in our work? So we have a platform, and from the moment someone is about to enter the field, a system is activated. It is the contractor integrated system. Yes. Just like all the speakers mentioned, this is human-oriented, people-oriented. The goal ultimately is to make sure that the employees' health and safety is protected, and that is reassured by everyone around. We have to design in a way that health and safety is ensured. So we monitor requirements and we follow up the requirements. And one important thing to mention is that everyone is an OHS member of staff, actually. Ihsan, Boss Ihsan, is also the leader of OHS in our business culture because he's a part of it. You also, you as well, all of us have to be a part of the OHS team because ultimately our only goal is to make sure that our health and integrity is protected. That's why OHS work should not be left to the OHS staff. All of us should make effort in this direction. When we think of every one of us, what kind of roles do we play? Tansu, okay, you're talking about all of this, but what should we do? We need to have a very tight relationship of coordination and cooperation. We need to also openly share and define responsibilities. And at the same time, in terms of risk assessment and safe work, we need to do the right planning and execution. It's related to the integration system that I just talked about. So we do all this work together. There is an instruction that defines how a certain job is done. So these methods are not only reviewed by the OHS department. Departments that work with a supplier agree on the method of this work. So risk assessment comes after this discussion with the supplier. Acar Baltaş had a saying, from the moment I heard that, I keep repeating this to myself. Only information cannot change behavior. You provide information to the employee, but you cannot expect them to change their behavior. You cannot even take a result, garner in a result from that. So all the employees need to actively take a role in OHS. We are talking about all the employees. We're talking about everyone at every level of work. I'd like to talk about another application. Aziz mentioned that too. It's a mobile app, Fark Et. So be aware of the situation you're in and make an effort to make sure it's improved. That's what it means. So for our friends who are the contractors, every member of staff, every employee that's registered on yes, they can download Farket mobile app and they can list their level of awareness in a certain situation. So if we are talking about any irregularity, that irregularity is eliminated by the relevant teams, and you are notified of that. We have a 99.1% of achievement. And with our suppliers involved, we can really achieve our dreams of an OHS culture. So we can achieve positivity with that. So, stronger together, we're on a journey to make sure that it's stronger in the future. It's not only a requirement, it's a system that adds to our welfare as employees. And we're saying, let's set up the occupational safety of the future and let's set standards ourselves. We have the capacity to do that. We have to put faith in it. We can do it. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I'd like to talk about, we're going to talk about the health part of it. Anil is going to take over.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you. It's very valuable for us to be able to share this with you today. Glad you're here. When it's health, of course, we have had two significant events. One is the pandemic. Second is the earthquake this year. We learned together, struggled together. And for the healthcare side, I can say that all practices, all actions we have designed together, and we have drawn the roadmap together. Thank you again. So rapidly, I'm continuing. 4 main headings that we base our strategy on. One is to be preventive. From the humanitarian side, this is important. And also when you look at all the metrics financially as well, being preventive is a lot more beneficial than treating and compensating for both for the company and for the employees. Second is personal. We know that each and every employee is unique. Every employee has specific behavior, character, and health. And in all of our practices, we aim to be personal. With that, you have to be holistic. 30 years ago, there was the office physician. A lot less of it nowadays. When you went to an internist, to the office of an internist, you would show your knee, your leg as well, and maybe talk about a neurological problem as well. And he would prescribe things for that as well. But that is no longer the case. This has systematic reasons, but the bigger one is that there's so much knowledge and so much specialization nowadays. One of our missions is to integrate those areas. So the health of the employee or the wellness of the employee, to protect that, it's not just what we see. What else can we add to that through other channels is what we think of and what we base our strategy on. And being digital, of course, is one of the most frequently used words today. We have that too. Digital is important for many units, but it's in the culture, in the way of doing business. Healthcare is advantageous in that, in fact, digitization is not in the culture. It's come on the agenda in recent years. So if you have data digitization on the healthcare side, then you may be preventive, personal, and holistic. So it's a pillar in itself and also feeds other pillars. Continuing from there, I'll talk about our applications briefly. First of all, whatever can be arithmeticized for health, BMI, blood values, blood group, blood type, these can all be transformed into data as of today. Another topic is occupational diseases. As you know, in Turkey, this is a problem. Europe, US, etc., compared to them, we report 1% of occupational diseases. After 2012, after the OHS law, there's been a rapid notification traffic in occupational hazards, but occupational diseases is still a taboo in Turkey. It's still not reported by companies. We're very clear, transparent in this. Together with our stakeholders, whatever is necessary, notification, screening, whatever needs to be done, we've been determined to do it. And also we use digital data to monitor all of this so that we can reinforce preventive medicine. We have physiotherapists out in the field. Even if you're sitting, you're doing labor, that has its own rules. So I'm not doing anything physical. That no longer exists. All jobs have an ergonomic burden. So we have physiotherapists out in the field working for that. Vaccination starting from before the pandemic. We had said the following: vaccination is one of the most critical ways of protecting yourself from a disease. Screening, there are screenable cancers around the world. But we have kept up. We have our own screening programs at the point of protecting ourselves from preventable cancers. We're serious. There's a psychological side, of course. Again, these are concepts that companies are just starting to hear in Turkey. Psychologists in the company, etc. We made good headway. We're working with clinical psychologists. On the wellness side, a neonatal nurse is supporting new mothers. A dietitian is working out in the field. We have sports sciences expert supporting the ergonomics side. We have a parental advisor and psychosocial support. It was something on the agenda, but with the earthquake, the need for that has become more visible. You look at the business models of the new period, and a company which cannot manage the psychosocial risks runs the risk of not being able to survive the next year. So that's why we're investing here. And with the uniqueness of each and every employee, we accept their problems to be our problems. And with all of that, we have an Enerjisa Sağlık brand. Since 2019, we produce safely and in a healthy manner. We have a short video. This is from the UK. This was broadcast in World Mental Health Day. 2 minutes the most.
How's the week? You're okay? Yeah.
Bazen işaretleri anlamak kolaydır.
Sometimes it's easy to understand the signs, but sometimes difficult. With you, we want to understand the hard thing. We want to work to understand the hard part. All our aim is to be able to bring that forward. Under 8 headings, we address wellness, social, emotional, intellectual, financial, environmental, vocational, physical, spiritual risks. All of our organization and practices are assessed under these headings. A very good result for us. We had no plans to run this research, but our shareholders said, we do this. 13 companies in Europe do it, asked us to do, and we said, okay, why not? It was not in our plan, but we love these surprise things. Healthcare culture, 81% is the general score given by our employees. Average of 13 questions is 244 over 3, higher than that of our shareholder, which shows that we're happy. We're on the right path, at least in the eye of the employee. Now, the last technical aspect of the business. We have a yes process. Some documents are requested for this. We have one form, a health statement form. In a plant, an employee, having completed all his documents, came to the field. He was driving a truck. Everything was fine. No procedural shortcomings. At lunch, coincidentally, they were at the same table with the office physician. They ate together, talked together, and he said he had diabetes. So how's it going, this and that? Come, let me check, says the doctor, the office physician at the plant. And 450 was the glucose, which means it's a matter of minutes for him to lose his consciousness. And he was driving a truck that day without any discrimination whatsoever for all stakeholders, the managers. It's a risk for everyone. So when we had other events such as this, we understood that we needed a process to evaluate this form. This is a decision taken for everyone's health. This is signed by the office physician and has been filled out within the past 3 months. We talked about this with the legal department. There's no legal barrier to share this company-wide from office physician to office physician. Okay, departing from the last sentence by Tansu. Without any discrimination, everybody who walks through our doors, we're responsible for that. Not me and Tansu, every one of us. We, you, whoever is there doing the business, working, one another. Every person walking through our doors, we work to protect their health, and we will continue to do so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Tansu and Anil for these presentations. Now we have a guest speaker, Man Reputation Research Center founder and member of the advisory board, Salim Kadıbeşigil, is with us. At the same time, where we have library, he will be signing his books. Salim Bey, to the stage, please. Yes, I was going to show. This is the one he's talking about. Bosses, CEOs, and upper-level managers is what it says. Am I going to pay for this? No, okay. Please raise your hand. You're not a boss, you're not a CEO, you're not an upper-level manager. Please put your hand up. Okay, then this book is not for you. You have to work a bit more to read this book. The subheadings are, how do the crisis say I'm on my way? It's important. Reputation. What do you call reputation? How does it come? How does it go? something important there. From unhappy workers to climate change, with what vision are we going to manage the business? Are we going to manage the business the way we used to? We're going towards somewhere else now. And tens and tens of examples. In this book, there are many, many examples illustrated. Welcome, all of you. In this meeting, I have two messages, or there are two reasons for my presence here. One is this thing we call reputation and reputation management. For years, I've been involved in this, and I always say it starts with purchasing processes and policies. If there's no reputation or prestige in it, we may make money, lose money, be together, not be together, whatever, but we don't know where we're going. Therefore, the journey of winning together, the adhesive that holds this together, or the key, let's say, can all be locked in this matter of reputation or prestige management. So, for almost 3 years now in Enerjisa generation, we've been working. At the end of the day, I'm coming to the second reason. Those who are here, especially those who are watching us remotely, should apply in their own company whatever Enerjisa is doing for reputation management. Why? We as companies, with suppliers and their suppliers, we have to have a Catholic wedding of sorts. In good days or bad days, if we're going to be together, if we're going to be walking this path together, and if we're going to start that with a handshake and commit to that, then we won't be afraid of pandemics or wars or contextual economic fluctuations. Why not? Because we protect one another. The future is guaranteed for us, so we are tied together. So what we call reputation management, this magical concept, how are we going to embed this in our lives? Very simple. It has its raw materials, 4 of those. A prestigious leader, prestigious company has 4 inputs. 1, you can note down if you wish. Being ethical and fair. Whatever it is you're doing, you should be ethical and fair. You have to question your own conscience. That's the main input. Second, being transparent. It's very important. Third, assuming responsibility for yourself, for your business, for your stakeholders, for the planet. 4, being accountable. Everything that you do, you have to be accountable. So among these 4 main inputs, you and the company and your suppliers, then you can really create an assurance for the future and claim that you're managing some things. In the last 35 years, I've been involved in this. So I have seen very concrete, successful examples of this, and I'm here to share this with you today. Now, what am I going to touch upon? Very rapidly, this image, reputation, prestige, corporate brand, how are those related? For instance, corporate values and sustainability, why are they included in prestige management? That's also a magical concept. A good prestige performance, what business outcomes does it impact? Why do some companies attract very qualified university graduates and some do not? Why are the suppliers of certain companies very prestigious and why are they not working with us? Why do some customers prefer us, some not? So many such business outcomes. How are those linked to prestige management? Prestige in brand and company value. Is this any good? This prestige management. If you have good performance, does that increase your share value? Does that mean prestige capital? We're going to look at that. What are the risks for prestige? And what do these emanate from? Corporate social responsibility and prestige. Are these two related? Everybody thinks corporate social responsibility is prestige. What should we do for impactful prestige management performance? Prestige management and impression management are very much confused from one another. So, all of this cannot be measured. And last, this is what I'm going to touch upon. Now, how do I define prestige? Prestige is being liked by society and is to be recognized and appreciated by society. Because being liked is something else, being recognized is something else. Here I'm talking, you may like it and applaud it at the end. So you have liked it, but you may have liked it a lot. Everybody may have gotten up and clapping, but that means recognizing, appreciating, whatever that motivation that made you stand up, that's another emotion you have experienced. And then that emotion stays with you. Therefore, our thing has to do with how are we going to perform in areas that require recognition. To illustrate with example, I love this one. Founder of Bosch, Robert Bosch, in the beginning of the 1900s, he has said the following, and you'll remember this was a big ad campaign. Instead of losing people's trust, I prefer to lose money, is what he has said. He's defining prestige with himself. So what sort of a lesson do we derive from this, dear friends? Their prestige reputation does not come to us if we don't intend to pay something in exchange for that. If we don't accept that, it's impossible for us to have that reputation, that prestige. Robert Bosch's message we have to encode in our head. Okay, again from the beginning of 1900s, this is one of the neighborhood groceries in Istanbul. They would sell everything. People would go and shop at the grocery store. Give me a rice, cheese, bulgur, whatever. And the grocer would put on the scale these, and on the other scale would put a bar of soap. That is how he would value what he was setting. Whatever gram was that bar of soap, that's how he would weigh. Nobody would say no to that. But we're talking about a soap brand. It has a cleaning function, but functionally, it means it symbolizes accuracy, a fixed rule, and a value in practical life. And the trust inspired by Hacı Şakir brand has overcome being a soap brand. It has become a vehicle of recognition. Hacı Şakir soap.
When you look at all the products that has the word hacı, that adds a second purpose. So, hacı, that person would not do any deceit and would be reliable. But if you see the word hacı, pilgrim, then it's reputable. So that's where it comes from. So brands that start with the word hacı has that reputational link. So actually you can see that yourselves. There are examples from life. So where do you see reputation? Because these are all transformed into policies. So you go to a shop and you see a sign. It says the customer is what we create benefit from. Actually, when you put that into words, the relationship is set up from a different level. When you say that precise word, if the customer is your benefactor, they show a lot of effort in fixing a problem if you have any. If you have a trouble, they share that. Some shops say, well, you do the purchase and you cannot give back your products. You cannot return your products. If you can return a certain product in a shop, that sends a different message. So it's all about what kind of dimension of reputation we're talking about in a certain shop. We have a living tradition in these territories. Your promise is set in stone. And we're not talking about a promissory note, actually. When you say a promise is very solid, you know that when you lend money, it's going to get back to you immediately in a few days in absolute certainty. When you go to Garam Bazaar, for example, you see that tradition still in place. This is one of my favorites, actually. Talk about your satisfaction to your friends, and if you have any complaints, go to the administration. So it's about self-confidence when it comes to reputation. If you want to really make sure what you have, you go and let it be expressed. So all of these are a part of the policies in life. There's another thing that I really like in Anatolia, especially when it comes to companies that use their family names. So you see the elders of a family, they talk about business, and then you have the son of the family that has done certain business. And then the father would say, oh, this is not us. This is not becoming of us. This would really halt everything. The moment when he says, this is not becoming of us, it is a sign that reputation is not managed well, because it's a sign that says, well, you should have paid a price and you should not have done this. This is not becoming of us. I am sure that everyone has heard of this and everyone has applied this in their daily lives. Another thing that we know from these territories, that person is no longer the favorite. When you think of shoemakers, for example, in a marketplace, actually that's why the saying itself uses the word shoe. That shoe is no longer a favorite. So if a certain customer is not satisfied in a shop, then the other shopkeepers also put a certain distance between them. So it could be very selling an overpriced product or selling a faulty product. If that shop does the same mistake twice, then the other shopkeepers would fine him for a month. And if that mistake is repeated for a third time, then the shopkeeper is outcast from that certain marketplace. So we're talking about a collective understanding here, a collective manifestation of behavior. So theoretically speaking, I'll talk about how all of these elements are managed. So we've come together, we want to start business, we want to produce shoes, we need to have a vision for the future. Okay, that's a very good area. What do? We have to set business goals. We're going to set up a factory. Here's where we get our raw materials from. Here is the level of our HR. We need to get our silent licenses. So you need to have these business goals in place. And then these are all managed as part of processes. These are business processes. You sign contracts, you do purchasing work, and then you have relationship processes. You need to take authority from the state, and then you need to have your municipal papers, then information processes. Obviously, we're all together, and we need to have information as to produce these pieces and also do the right marketing. And we also have communication. How do we communicate our business to the public? So we have 4 main processes. If we do these well, this is the 20th century model. This is creating value for the future for your company. Do we see reputation here? No. Does it have a reassurance for the future? No. If things go well, it's fine. But in a negative situation, in case of a pandemic or in a geography where you have battles and wars around, then you need to have reputation in place. So you have these 4 main inputs. We need to make sure that these are all a part of our work culture. You need to be ethical, you need to be transparent, you need to be responsible, and you need to be accountable. How do we take these values and turn them into reputation? If these processes if relationship, business, information, communication involve all of these elements, if you have these all in all of your work, then you can have measurable and recordable values at work. These are actually the results of a research with companies that do such management. It is found that customers are 2.5 times more likely to repurchase goods from that organization. How about the recommendation level? It's 50% higher in companies that have these values. How about employment choice? People are 4.2 times more likely to choose your workplace. And in terms of stakes, in terms of shares in your company, it's about 1.5 times. So reputation is not a hobby. It is supposed to be a part of what you do. You need to make sure that these are integrally a part of your culture and values in your organization, from purchasing, manufacturing, and in all other activities. You need to focus on that, and you need to see what's happening in the world. There are trends in the world in the areas of women, environment, water, genetic coding. There are developments in all these areas, but where do we stand? What part of our work is impacted by these developments? You need to ask this question, because where we are, we measure certain business results. And what kind of business are we talking about? So, employee loyalty and commitment. Can you measure that? Yes, you can do research. And then long-term partnerships with qualified suppliers. Yes, you can measure that. And financing in better conditions. Yes, because financial organizations very closely monitor your reputation, because they set their interest rates when they give out loans to you based on your reputation. The choice of shares by investors, you can be a priority if you have more reputation. Again, with married companies and purchases, acquiring companies, all of these areas are also areas where reputation matters. So, for instance, the NGOs support you, and administrative affairs also pay attention to that. The public sector pays attention to our reputation. But there are challenges that come by. I have a hearing problem when I go to a bank and I line up. I say something to the bank staff member, but I do not really understand what they say to me. I went to a healthcare facility, I went to the desk and I wanted to start my records, and then the clerk asked me how I was doing, and I said, "I'm good, how are you?" But then my wife was next to me. I said, "Well, she's asking about your ID." Because I have this hearing problem, I am really challenged in daily life. I was at the airport today and I was at the security. I had my suitcases, and the security member staff smiled at me, and then we did small talk, and then my wife said, "Do you know him? Why are you hugging?" I said, "Well, probably he knows me, that's why I hugged him." "No, he's telling you to put your suitcase in this way, not that." So in my personal life, I have a lot of troubles that come with my hearing troubles. That's why I take a measure. I say to people, I have a hearing problem. If I look like I understand you, I probably don't. You need to repeat what you've said. And they're intangible assets. This is very closely linked with reputation. So there are cash assets of a company. You have the money in your bank, you have cash register, you have cars in your factory, you have lands, and these are all tangible. And then there are intangible values, leadership being chief among them. And then you have your patents, you have your operation systems, you have brands. These are all intangible. Why am I mentioning all of these? In the last 4 decades, there have been radical changes in this area. In about 1975, intangible assets had at about 85% in a company's assets. In 2015, intangible assets have been replaced tangible assets on a very, very large scale. Because when somebody is purchasing a product or service, they want to know what kind of intangible assets lie behind that product or service. And how is that managed? It's based on a certain discipline. After my speech, you need to really take a pen and paper and say, well, what are my intangible assets? You need to list them, you need to itemize them, and then you need to ask yourself the question, how do I manage all of these? Do other people know about these assets? Do your suppliers know that? Do the customers that you serve know that? Do your employees know these intangible assets? You will see how, if you know these assets, a whole road will be paved in front of you. There are values of leading companies in the world that are identified. I cannot really move forward in my slides. The next one. So, the values of companies are listed, they're calculated. When we think of these calculations, actually, when you look at the rates, 50% of this figure come from reputation and reputation management in a given company. So, when you take reputation management seriously, when that becomes your main work, you can increase the value of your company. How about perception management? You see two axes here. You see perception on the vertical line, and then you see facts on the horizontal line. So when perceptions are high and you're not basing your feet on the ground, you see a rabbit out of a hat, and this is very widespread in politics. So there are all these statements, but they're far from fact. However, they're very highly perceived and they're very effective in the public. For example, the chairman of the Association of Taxi Drivers in Istanbul say there is no taxi problem in Istanbul. Is that a fact? No, it's just a perception that he wants to spread. So we have all these examples. We have people that deceive others, like Jet Fadıl. You see how their work has no connection with fact. It's about perception. But how about reputation management? We have both high level of perception and high level of factuality. So whatever you say corresponds with reality. Whatever you say has a corresponding fact in life. So what matters to us in reputation management is to see the facts in life. You might have weaknesses, you might have done something wrong, but we know that even mistakes can increase your reputation. Like, for example, apologizing for something when the right time comes can build reputation for you. How about management? Where to begin the management? You should take your pen and paper and say, list what your risks are in reputation. What are potential areas that could hurt your reputation? Again, that's your second point of beginning. If you don't know about these risks, if you're not aware of them, like for example, in OHS, that's actually the top area when it comes to reputation. If you do not have a certain tendency to perform in a corporate level, then you run the risk of hurting your reputation at any point. Not only your reputation, but the reputation of your customers that you're serving. So you ask what reputation means for you, and then you need to identify your risks. What about the last recent examples? Volkswagen played with their software to make a few more pennies. They wanted to make a few more pennies. They were going to make $16 billion if their if their activity was not revealed. But actually, with the fines that they paid after the revelation was made, was $112 billion. So it was not worth it, what they did. That's why you need to stay away from them. About 30 years ago, cigarette brands used to advertise as you see on the screen. We're talking about how they completely ignored public health. Or when you think of fraud and bribery and corruption, like FIFA chief did a press meeting to face allegations of corruption. He said, I didn't do any of that. And then an NGO member staff broke in and then laid all the money on top of his head. So he wanted to recover his reputation, but the public reacted to him.
Yes, coming to the end. Can prestige performance be measured? Yes, you have to ask two questions. I know I gave you too much homework, but these are good homework for all of us. One is, for whom should you have a good reputation, or for whom should you be viewed prestigious? That's important. Who is important there? Plus, what makes you prestigious? Being perceived with which one of those? Because some of your characteristics should be in front of the others, so these would make you more prestigious. iPhone, for instance, 3 terrorists were killed in Los Angeles. They had iPhones in their pockets. They knocked on Apple and said, open a back door for us and let's see whom else they're talking to. We'll trace them and try to prevent other terrorist activities. iPhone said, I can't do that because I will have thrown out the security of all of our customers. iPhone did not disclose personal details, even vis-a-vis national threat. They did not take a step backward and protected the privacy of their customers. So this is the price they paid. Or polio vaccination. Jonas Salk, he invented the vaccination and he was asked to patent it. He said, I won't make money off this. And he didn't have it patented. He would have had $7 billion more. But that is what ethics is. To give up on something. Nevzat Aydın Yemek Sepeti, he sold it even though there was no commitment, no cash link, and from the revenue he made, a significant amount was distributed to his staff. If there's success, yes, we did this together, he said. So he paid a price for it and he upheld an example and he paid the taxes as well. Or Patagonia is a brand. Since the 80s, they are very sensitive about the environment. And they're saying, I made a jacket, but if you don't need it, don't buy it, it says. And he's sincere because every jacket you're going to buy is going to cost this planet something, as water, as energy, as human resource. Oh, I bought one and the zipper broke. Bring it back. It's cheaper, it says. There are companies like this around the world. And Mars chocolates, Mars bars. From a small consumer complaint, without any need for questioning, in 55 countries, they spent $50 million and they removed and destroyed all products they had. At the point of paying a price, how you can trust a company. This is an example that has turned into an indicator for prestige and reputation. The main question being, are we leaders that do the job right, or are we leaders that do the right job? That's the critical point. There's a job, you define it, you describe it, and you give the job to a very competent man, and he would do that from A to Z. But is what he's doing right is something that belongs to us. So, especially in the past century, we were administered, governed by leaders who did not do the right thing. We have to break out of this. Where can we see this? Life is not just black and white. Throughout the day, we're all managing the gray areas in between. And about the gray areas, the decisions we have given. The closer they are to white, the better we are doing as far as prestige management goes. The closer they are to black, then we are really suffering from reputation. Mohamed Yunus is a Nobel laureate. Microloans for the small shopkeepers, $300, $500 loans he extended to small shopkeepers and made it possible for them to take home the bread in the evening. So a finance for serving world peace. On the other hand, there's mafioso practices. So it's really up to us. If we're doing the right thing in the gray area, we're always close to the white as we take decisions. I wrote some examples, but not restricted with those. You have to put examples from your own life. Whatever we're doing in daily life. Why am I saying prestige management starts with purchasing? Because we're doing this to create a reassurance for the future. Your prestige is my prestige. Because they ask me, who am I working with? They ask you, who are you working with? If Enerjisa Generation is a prestigious company, they say, wow. Now there's a magic environment that makes us possible. Coming together today and holding this meeting to get to know one another better. Look at us, how we're doing this. What can we learn from you? Let's have a look at you and let us create a future assurance in common for us, because the world is going through the world is going towards clean products that are innocent. Planet-related topics, nature-related topics, human rights-related topics. You should be producing problem-free in these areas and manage your company accordingly. And you should be on the side of peace and tolerance. I'm talking about just such companies. So being in that group is highly beneficial for all of us, because the world is no longer a win-win world. It's a win-win-win world. So what's involved? I will win while producing. You will win while selling and marketing. But a business model where the planet is not among the winners will not be able to carry us into the future. So win-win-win phase is where we are currently. Last, I will show you a movie. It has to do with ethics and leadership. Can we play this? I'm going to show it twice. Any one of you who has watched this previously? Bravo. Kürşat, you're on our side. Okay. U14 teams of football match. Galatasaray Istanbulspor, and Galatasaray player falls coming into the region where penalties applicable, and the referee shows the penalty point, and the player says, I fell myself, I wasn't pushed. And so the player kicked the ball outside of the goalpost.
Şimdi adalet dediğimiz şey, vicdan
What we call justice, what we call conscience, what we call ethics starts and ends here. So this football player is also the captain of his team. He's a role model. He's a leader. Therefore, leaders have this responsibility. Other people may not be that ethical or that fair. Some people may have no conscience, but leaders we're talking about have no such luxury. This film shows us how to manage what in areas relating to prestige. Okay, what is the most important thing? Carbon footprint, water footprint, plastic footprint. But the issue is prestige comes with ethical footprint. So please start reading the book from that chapter. Thank you for listening to me with your patience. Have a good day. Thank you very much, Salim Bey, for this delightful presentation. He'll be signing his books soon. Don't say delightful. Ask them, was it delightful? So they just liked it. Nobody stood up. Thank you very much, Salim Bey. He'll be by his books to sign them. And you may buy these books. There are books about the sector that you can benefit from. We have a 10-minute break and then we'll continue.
Merhabalar. Sunumumuz başlıyor artık. Yerlerinizi almanızı rica ediyorum.
Presentation getting underway. Please take your seats. Next presentation. Before that, small reminder.
Sunum sırasındaki gerçekleştirdiğiniz sohbetleri, networkingleri
The conversations, the networking,
alanında yapmanızı rica edeceğiz sizlerden.
please carry those on in the terrace or exhibition area.
Entegre hale getirilmesi enerjide
Enerjisa
adlandırılır.
digital transformation.
Bu köprüyle birlikte
With this bridge between energy and digitization, various business models are coming up. Now we're going to be listening to Enerjisa Generation Digital Sales and Business Development Mentor Uğur Burak Gündüz and Enerjisa Generation Data Safety Mentor Güray Oğuz Giray. First, Mr. Burak.
Hoş geldiniz. Sesim geliyor. Süper. Hoş geldiniz.
Welcome.
Sizleri ağırlamak bizim için büyük bir keyif. Bugün
It's a great pleasure for us to host you today.
toparlanma var. Onu bekliyorum. Bir saniye daha.
I'll wait for everyone to settle down.
Yes.
Yes.
Evet. Bugün size senkron enerji digital
Today,
aslında
Synchron Energy Digital Services.
oluşturduğumuz
It started with the digital journey of Enerjisa Generation.
ürünlerimizi tanıtan
It's the services and goods that we're providing to the sector.
aslında
Synchron Energy,
sizlere anlatılan şarkılarından biri olan en önemli
one of the pillars of Enerjisa Üretim, the digital,
hali diyebiliriz.
its concrete form, concrete energy,
alanda faaliyet gösteren
is active in four basic areas,
alanda faaliyet gösteren diğer şirketlere de değer yaratan
and it creates value for other companies active in the sector. Currently, actively,
hem enerji
with two command rooms in our room in both energy generation
hizmet veriyoruz. Ayrıca
and in serving other companies.
çalışmalarımız başladı.
Also, we have contacts and work
Merkezi
in other countries. The center headquarter is in Amsterdam.
startup dünyasının merkezi olması sebebiyle
It's the center of the startup world and of energy. That's why we started from there. Currently,
hem de siber
we have a central command room and a cybersecurity center,
uzaktan
more than 20 plants.
performans yönetimi, uzaktan izlenme
We are doing their performance management, remote monitoring. These are the activities we do.
yolculuğumuzu anlatmak istiyorum sadece.
Now, I'd like to talk about how we departed on this journey. As the IT team of Enerjisa Generation, we were a group of 10 people
Arkadaşlarımızla bir
trying to digitize all the processes here,
tecrübe edindik.
but we accumulated great know-how in the process. While talking to them, we learned with them. We departed on a journey together, and we always had this dream. One day, we're going to be
Yapıya büründürmek.
transforming this
Şunu gösterdi.
in order to add value to Enerjisa and other companies. All companies active in the energy sector have four basic concerns. One is
Süreçlerini, bu işletme ve bakım süreçleri olabilir,
operational,
olabilir. Bunları daha esnek
commercial
ortamlarda yapmak.
processes. They want to be able to do these on more flexible settings. For years, we've developed many products and services for this. On the other hand, all companies
Dayalı karar vermek istiyorlar.
want to have database decision making because they want to reduce maintenance costs, have proactive approaches. These are all data things. You can't improve what you can't measure. So it's a smart approach. That's how we address it.
Bir taraftan da ülke kritik varlık
And on the other hand, we are managing the critical assets of the country.
vakası diye ikinci hatırlarsanız bütün
The interruption or breakdown
sebep olabiliyor.
of a plant may make the entire country go dark. So,
Siber güvenlik anlamında
in terms of cyber security, we get a lot more attacks, cyber attacks, than banks do. So, on the one hand, it's a great security risk, and renewability, sustainability, with those perspectives, they want to be more responsible for us, for the planet, etc. At Synchron Digital, we are concerning those 4 concerns. We have 4 business areas, different products, different services, and with these, we're creating value for the energy sector. Business transformation, data services, they complement one another. Business transformation, more flexible in order to manage operations, all operations that companies active in the energy service do. All digital services, digital plant management. We're trying to create value with our know-how. Digital competencies are things we have developed over the years, and these cannot be found in a standard software house. These are energy-specific models. Basically, our services, we have a product called OneTech, OnePact. When we go to a plant, we collect all information and create a data map that is real-time, and online real-time alerts, real-time monitoring, end-to-end data analytics. If there's a breakdown, taking care of it, on-site reporting. These are the services we provide. In fact, companies active on the energy sector did not ascribe much importance to this in the beginning, but as they got to know, they appreciated its value. How we differentiate is many companies do this in Turkey and abroad as well. But after this data is collected in Synchron, there are people who have given their lives to distribution and power plants. So what differentiates us from the rest is that we review these. When we go to the field to a company, when we read the turbine-related data, the second is being commissioned a bit late. This is how much you lose. You know, being able to put that on the table creates a totally different value for the company. Because we've been in the energy business for years, we know which values, which functions are needed in a company in this sector, and we add these to our products. On the other hand, we have operations and maintenance experience. So by benefiting from their strength, we share information about the maintenance. If some upgrades need to be done, we stand by them. This is important as follows. Plants are in challenging locations, especially in Europe. People don't want to work even. And contracting those and digitizing those guarantees the future in a way. And for us, this is an open area, a niche area. Because if there's no data, we prepare the data. If there's data, creating meaning out of that data and creating value out of that data happens. AIPad, by using artificial intelligence, machine learning, we make sure they learn from their data. Going to a plant, bringing together lots of data. In fact, with which one of these is efficiency related? If one of these is not up to par, then alert needs to go off. Bed heat. When you estimate bed heat with all data, you expect a yellow graphic, but we see orange. This is something we cannot get. Root cause is incredibly funny. The ventilation pipe is closed off by someone, but when the heat reaches a certain level, it will stop the turbine and it will cause loss of money. So these types of things you can catch ahead of time before they happen. Apart from that, something very important. Up until now, everything's about collecting plant data and doing some things related to their performances and having a proactive approach. But something very important, cybersecurity. And Güray will come to stage to explain this. Hello. Briefly to introduce myself, Güray. I'm a cybersecurity professional for 10 years. Before this, I was in a global technology company, then a global finance group. And in 2019, I started an Enerjisa generation. Briefly, on day one, in fact, to ask the question, what are we providing? It's a classical, at first glance, classical 24/7 monitoring based security operations thing is what it looks like, but specifically designed for OT, for critical infrastructures. That's the setting we're talking about. In our scope here, in fact, there's an IT, no IT setting is there. Of course, there's an integration with IT, a communication with IT that has to be. However, the real purpose here is to focus on OT.
Because the OT world is different from IT dynamics and IT habits, and there are dozens of protocols internally. There's a lot of communication, and almost every vendor, every SCADA person has created their own protocol at a time. So this is how it looks like compared to IT. For instance, in IT, you have confidentiality and integrity, and they have a certain consecutive design, but confidentiality goes at the bottom, whereas availability becomes king. Hold on a second. A side note, OT, IT, we really say it by heart. IT means information technologies. So when you think of all the mails and everything, every day that you use, that's how we were connected. But OT is about all the power plants, all the systems and factories. It is a network of all these systems, operation technologies, where systems talk to each other. Sorry, I'm coming from the kitchen, so to speak. I have a very technical perspective. Sorry if I have not been clear. All right, so it requires a different way of interpretation and different approach, because the attack ground and attack vectors of IT is different, and OT has different attack grounds and surfaces. To give you an example, in OT, supply chain is a very critical attack ground because by its very nature, there are weaknesses on the internal side, but it's completely close to the outer world, but that's not how it looks like. Between 2011 and 2018, Dragonfly was this attack agent group, and they started a campaign between 2011 and 2013. They attacked the energy industry, and then they found out that their method of work was very useful, so they applied it to all the critical infrastructure. Here's how they work. There are all these OEM producers, SCADA vendors that are known in the industry. They hack their websites or copy their websites, and naturally speaking, for players in the field, for energy producers, then communicate the hazardous content, and then companies like us download content from those hacked websites, and the impact still carries on. Actually, between about 5,000 to 7,000 companies have been impacted, are still impacted by this attack. And although this looks like a closed environment, it is not, because human error is always possible. We're all human beings. We can make mistakes. On the internet, you can do very simple searches, just a few of them, and you would find thousands of OT data, field data. They're all accessible on the internet. You'll realize that. But how do we do our work? What is our perspective here? By its very nature, OT is quite primitive. Unlike IT, you cannot collect the security telemetry very easily and monitor it and make it meaningful. It's not that easy. So on OT, you have a leak interruption, leak blockage. So you do assessment, and based on that assessment, you set your critical points and non-critical points. And then you have the IDS integration. It's the leak blockage integration. So basically, you copy the entire network traffic, and then you analyze it on a given day. So we have a partner ecosystem here. You have customer X in the market, and that would work really well for them, but it could not fit customer Y. Or, for example, a product that works really well for the transport industry might not work for the energy industry. So that's why you have a customized approach. So what we do is we decide together with the customer what works best for them. So integration is done by us, and then we integrate with the ecosystem of the customer. To give you an example, the assessment process here is very critical. One of our customers, we were assessing their environment. We were just about to leave the room. We said, how about these components? Oh, that's not very important, they said. It's just an assistance system. But then we asked ourselves, does it have an impact on the main system? I said, of course it does. Because if you change these vibration levels, then it would cause a trip in the entire power plant. Here is the message. What looks insignificant can halt the entire power plant if they are captured. But what about the plus side of it? What is our value added here? So our OT members of staff do the first basal monitoring. So we're not talking about an IT member of staff that looks at it. We're talking about people that are experienced in the OT side, from distribution and from generation, from even the refineries. The people that are working from the field actually are the people that are sitting in our rooms, and they do the first line monitoring. When I started here in 2019, the technology industry looked different. So as an IT cyber specialist, I was just about to understand what OT looked like. That's why being able to read OT can be done by people that have an experience in OT. Then you need to do an upskilling movement for these people that are coming from the field, because they did not have a network engineering muscle. They were not cybersecurity analysts. For about 2 years, we ran a program for all of our analysts. So basically, we had field engineers, and then they developed a muscle in cybersecurity. Naturally speaking, this is our biggest advantage here. And meanwhile, we do the analysis and the monitoring, but we have a partner ecosystem. So for example, there is an incident that occurs in the field and it's very critical. So the entire power plant halts business, and then the entire electricity provision in the country is affected. You have teams that intervene in certain cases, and along with them, we go and intervene in the field. We don't have a partner agreement that does it on our behalf. Our biggest muscle energy is energy-specific cyber intelligence. This is the biggest strength, really, because when we think of the industry and the region, we can profile the actors. So when you think of North America, there might be an energy generation that's targeted by a certain hacking group, but they might also target EMEA. They are different groups that impact different parts of the world, so their approaches are different when they target different countries. So here's how it looks like. In the O2 world, if a group attacks and targets an OT structure, they don't have a financial motivation. They don't want to make money. They're nation states sponsored. We are actually talking about political motivations here. So attacks occurring in this field are, compared to the traditional ones, are more complex, more long-term, and therefore more harder to identify. That's why when you think of these actors and their methods, what kind of IP addresses they use, what kind of domain addresses they use, it's very critical to make sure that we monitor all of these data coming from them. So we collect our own intelligence data, but at the same time, we have intelligence partners and groups that we work with. Internally, we have intelligence engineers that work as a team. They receive reports, and it could be a Word doc or a PDF report in the form of intelligence. So at the end of the day, it goes to the kitchen, so to speak, and then there is a detection algorithm that's developed there. So a regular PDF report is fed into our system as an algorithm. So we basically do a profiling that for actors that threaten us and our partners. So we have big network data and intelligence data, and at the same time we have a security big data lake, AI modules. We have a correlation program that uses retrospective data as well. So we have all these alarms that go off when necessary. So this is it in a nutshell. Let me take over. Thank you. You're right, thank you. Well, actually, from the very beginning, I would like to simplify the three pillars that we've talked about. We're in a forest, it's dark everywhere, we cannot see anything, it's dark ahead of us, but actually, we value add here, both in terms of cybersecurity and in performance monitoring. And it's like stars coming out in a dark night. So we start seeing the path in front of us. Actually, we receive such questions. Actually, for about 6 to 7 months, we have been talking about these. A direct example, I can't really name names, but when you look in the right direction, you see how there are damaging elements, they're incubating, there are minor activities and configurations that you have overlooked. So in the customer, we saw the following. There was an environment they thought it was closed. It actually overlapped data of other corporations. It was supposed to be entirely closed. It was supposed to be entirely confidential, but actually was talking to other corporations as we spoke. Here is actually what we do. Energy companies are not that knowledgeable in this area, actually. Even companies of our scale in Europe are not that knowledgeable. They take it for granted that they're secure. We found that very clearly, actually. So we invited some of them to Turkey and we talked about what we've been doing, and then we do a test run with them. And we find out their vulnerabilities and where they need to intervene. We have POCs, and we do not provide direct products, really. We offer a service. So you see a flow chart on the screen. It's a service model from end to end. The POC, the demo process, actually is minimum 6 months to 12 months because we go inside, we collect data from the inside, we try to understand the customer and their environment, and then after we are fully informed of the customer, we do risk analysis, we have weakness mapping, we talk about how they can eliminate the risks. I gave you an example of that assistant system, right? So it could just come like a separate case in any customer. And the fourth area of concern, responsible transformation. As a leading energy company, we're not only talking about our job, we are talking about increasing knowledge in the industry to a certain level and protecting the environment as part of our sustainability approach. There are value creators and there are those who need value, and we set up a platform to bring together these two sides. Very briefly, I'll talk about these platforms. Data packed. Every product are really packed here. So we have a huge energy data bank, really. So about power plants or markets, we have specially arranged documents that are ready to use about the markets, and a lot of companies can really benefit from these data, and they can be basis of academic research as well. So we started this platform where these data can be accessible. Another one, just like I've said, we want to take the industry to the next level in every area. The energy industry has a very structured academic infrastructure, academic background. When we think of all the stakeholders that start working here, and they know mostly what kind of maintenance can be done in a power plant, and we have found out that we needed to do more. And when especially players in Europe and America would need information. So, for example, what is OT, security and energy, and how do you do maintenance in a power plant? So we wanted to set up a training platform to address these question marks. Meanwhile, very importantly, carbon certification, green transformation, carbon footprint calculation. There might be players who want to do that. We have incoming sanctions about that, obviously. Carbon border adjustment is coming as well. So there are huge activities here. So carbon certification is produced, and you do carbon trading as well. If there are companies that want to get involved in that, we wanted to set up a platform where they can receive such services from. So it's working at full speed, seed-backed. And lastly, we have a non-commercial activity. Again, this is where we plan bringing together all these stakeholders in the energy industry. This is actually a dream come true. I'm going to give you a QR code. I have been involved in Enerjisa Üretim for the last 10 years. And for the last 5 years, I've been on the IT and digital side. But for a very long time, I felt such a need. So there's something that comes up and we look at it in a certain way, and then if we see a power plant, we want to find out what that power plant belongs to. You go on holiday and then you pass by so you see the sign, but you have no idea who the operator is. You have no idea about the ownership, and there are things that make you curious. And then news about energy could not be culled from a single source either. So because I know what works for me, because I know what I wanted, we started a platform where you can reach all kinds of data that I've just mentioned. Impact, you can download this, and if you want to find out about what's going on in the energy world, you can seek benefit from it. It's very difficult to keep it live, actually. We are trying to expand it to Europe. Hopefully, all the prices in Europe and all the power plants in Europe can be available, can be found on this platform soon, hopefully. You see the QR code, and we'll have leaflets as well. Let's just move aside to make sure it's available to everyone. So actually, I have a question. If you have any questions, we'd like to very gladly answer them, but let's keep it this way, the screen. Anything you're curious about, you'd like to know, we're here all day. I'd like to greet you all with respect. Thank you very much. Uğur, Burak Gündüz, Güray Oğuz, Güray have been with us. Just like they've said, if you have any questions, you can talk with them during the breaks or even during the presentations. Well, we have networking, and you can speak with them both here and in the networking area. So, Enerjisa Üretim focuses on climate change and environment, energy supply security, and also creating activities that benefit the society. Enerjisa Üretim carries on activities with this responsibility in mind, and one of the biggest visions is to make sure that they do all of these work with their partners. So we're going to have Mehmet Eynehan, Sustainability Mentor of Enerjisa Üretim. He's going to have a presentation on sustainability. Kadar oldu hiç bakmadım. Welcome back. This is the last speech before lunch. So I'm going to be very compact as much as I can. You actually know really, really well how to render optimal products and prices. I will talk about the sustainability perspective in the supply chain. What are the expectations? What are the creditors doing? And what are the expectations from you? I will try to give you a framework of these topics. Two issues are very critical. Sustainability is a journey. And I mentioned that in all the training that I join, because what you start here does not end tomorrow. It doesn't end in 2040, 2060. It changes and develops, and you need to change and develop yourself. When I first started in this topic about 10 years ago, here's how it looked like. At the time, we discussed so many different things. There's a huge difference between what we discussed then and now. When I look back, I see that all those things that we discussed even 5 years ago look very primitive. This is a journey. Nothing is too late. You can start today, tomorrow, but as companies sustain, this is an endless journey that they will have to take. Another issue. Ihsan also mentioned in the morning, regeneration. Sustainability is expecting something from you. You release carbon, you neutralize it, my life is saved. No, you need to build on that. You need to repair, you need to improve, and that's the second phase. You need to adopt this perspective. So we have 4 areas of focus, and I'd like to talk about how Enerjisa Üretim looks at it. So we have climate change and environment, energy supply, security, people and culture. We want to have net zero by 2040. We want to be 100% renewable. We need to do reskilling and upskilling, zero accidents, and gender equality. And then we have social impact and involvement. One of our areas of focus are women and children. So SROI is bigger than 1. Social return on investment is bigger than 1. So you invest 1 unit in social impact. What about its return? So you do an investment. Has it reached the right resource? And what kind of an impact have you created? It's very critical to assess the impact, actually. And I'm keeping it separate from donations. I'm talking about corporate social responsibility and social investments. I'd like to talk about expectation a little bit. These are issues that really match, actually. So environmental adaptation and transparency, and these are all expected on the same level from the supplier side. So here's what we mean by transparency and compliance. So you purchase a good or service from a supplier, and you need to know exactly how it's sourced. And this is an expectation from the customer. The customer wants to know about the carbon emissions and water consumption levels when a certain product was manufactured. And governance is very critical in that regard. So you govern sustainability. They want to know the ownership level in a company. So is it owned by the CEO, by the board chair? Because it's not only about the supplier, it's for us as well. We're asked too. They ask us, so here at Enerjisa Üretim, who owns at the highest level sustainability? They ask this question to us. The highest level it is adopted, the better the attention is paid. That's the perception. On the supplier side, we have human rights. So you manufacture a certain product, and has there been any violation of human rights during the production? How about child labor? Has any child labor occurred on the supply chain? And is there any occupational health and safety issues? Is transparently shared? All of that should be traced. And then you have the creditors. So we are in a credit process and a loan process with EBRD. EBRD asks all of these questions to us, actually. They say, for example, you get this product from supplier X, but how does that supplier X produce that good? Are there any human rights violations? Are there any litigations in terms of unionizing? And you see, for example, the lists available online, and they come to you and say, well, here is a list that I have. Is your supplier on that list? If they are on that list, I'm not going to provide you any credit. But sometimes companies can be removed from that list. If they improve their process, they don't end up there forever. So this is very strictly monitored. And at the same time, there is no human rights violations, but evidence. Give me evidence for that. Or water consumption, evidence, reports. They want to see all of that. And they want to know that all of this data is monitored every year. Unless you answer this question to the creditor gives you a red flag.
This is a bit supplier, customer, lender, because you may meet them later on as the customer, and they're going to ask you the same things. How did you do this? How are you managing? How is your supplier producing this? These will be the questions that you'll encounter. Up until now, it's like lender, etc. But this is no longer a case of, well, it will be better if we had it. It's now compulsory. When you encounter the investor, he will ask you the same questions. Funny thing, the ultimate customer asks you the same thing. For instance, a textile company in Asia suddenly closed down the factory and exited, and 3,000 people were unemployed. And news came out about that company. Of course, they had to do the following. They may have exited the sector, but they have to bridge the economic gap that they left as they exited the sector. It's no longer just a matter of paying the salary of customers. This was a larger circle. Now it is narrowing down, and these will become compulsory after a while. And this is not just for companies who work with companies abroad. I know from my previous experience, the customer would come and audit you. And beyond that, they would have a survey with your employees. You may decline the customer's wish to audit you, but then they will not work with you. And tomorrow you may be a customer and live the same process with your supplier. These are not easy processes. These are time-consuming processes. The thing you have to be careful about is that the lender would ask you to prepare a procedure or a policy. It may just take 1 or 2 days. It doesn't matter. The issue is the document you prepared. You will not just archive it. Are you actually implementing it? That's what they're following up on. It's not a matter of checking the relevant box, because what's important here is all of these documents can be prepared in one way or another, but you have to internalize it and turn it into a corporate culture. Apart from preparing that document, can you make it a corporate culture? That's the part that takes time anyway. Otherwise, you find the advisor, have the document prepared, change the product, buy a new machine, but operating it correctly, implementing it correctly, this is all a matter of culture. And the hardest part is that transformation. That's where companies, suppliers, and customers are challenged the most. Okay, up until now, wonderful. So what are we going to do? Here's what we're going to do. At least as an Enerjisa generation, we have an academia portal. It's accessible to all of you. We'll give you all sort of support there about sanctions, lender processes, your questions you can convey to us through purchasing. Apart from that, EBRD is very careful about this. They don't just lend, audit it, and monitor. They work on capacity building. They say, here's something you're lacking. I can support you as follows. It's important to monitor these because tomorrow this will become a norm. Not when you go to the companies, but when you go to other lenders or investors as well. So they will expect you to be doing these. Therefore, the earlier you start, the better. What I said in the beginning, this is really a journey. Not easy, time-consuming. It's a time-consuming process. So the earlier you start in these processes, the less challenging and cumbersome these processes will be. Our sustainability reports are accessible on our website. When there's a problem, you may reach us over the purchasing team. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mehmet Bey. And we have completed the first part of the day, now 45 minutes of lunch break. You're going to go downstairs and 45 minutes later, we'll continue with the second part. So in order to start on time, please, I'm going to ask you to be here. Thank you.
Herkese bir kez daha merhabalar.
Again,
Artık
hello everyone.
öğleden sonraki bölümümüz
Now our afternoon session is about to start. And the guests, may they please come take their seats. Our program is getting underway. Let's remind once again our announcement about the library, and at the same time, the networking, the conversations, please have them in the terrace or in the exhibition area. It would be better for you to use those areas because sound is interfering with the live broadcast, and also it diverts the attention, distracts the attention of the speakers on stage. Yes, global expectations from a large perspective. Orca Macro Financial Consultancy founder and market strategist Evren Kırıkoğlu. Hello everyone. Wonderful to have this and be here. I've been collaborating with them for a long time. For the first time, I'm coming together with the supplier family as well. I'm going to try to talk about important things as best as I can. The economic landscape in the world and in Turkey and the expectations for the next 3 years. But I don't know if it's good or bad to have this right after lunch. We'll see. But joking aside, it's a very comprehensive presentation. I have 1 hour allocated to me, and I'm not exaggerating. I have as much material here as for 2 hours, but I'll try to get this done in 1 hour. I think the latest Q&A part will be the best. 45 minutes will be my presentation. 2 critical topics I'd like to underline. All ideas, all estimates and opinions I'm going to be sharing with you are based on 2 critical topics in the background. Let's always keep this in mind. First is, Turkey is not your classical textbook economy. You cannot monitor Turkish economy like you do US economy. They are interrelated, interlinked approaches: monetary policy, financial policy, regulatory agencies. Central bank, rather than monetary, has assumed the responsibilities of the regulatory agencies. The regulatory agency can decide aspects of monetary policy. The Ministry of Finance, we say tax policy, spreading tax. That's his duty, but they're using it in order to trigger or restrict the economy. There's a lot of politicization. We're not a textbook economy. And a very simple example, you know, this week central bank has increased the interest rates. Last week, most frequently asked question is if the central bank increases interest rates, would the prices of shares come down on the stock exchange? And I answer the same. No, this is not how we can establish that relation. Increasing interest, if that's going to attract foreign capital, shares may increase in value. So, second is big transitions in the past couple of years with the change in the government, internally bureaucracy, and externally until 2016, Turkey was a bit more NATO pro-West. Afterwards, it got closer to the Eurasian bloc. and political preferences went that way. My observation is that there's again a shift back from Eurasia more to the Atlantic Pact, it seems, in recent months, especially after the elections. And keep this in the background as an assumption, so the estimates I'm going to be sharing with you will be shaped based on this. And the last assumption is that many, many developments have taken place consecutively from 2016 to now. And there's a resistance this has created. At the point that the Turkey economy is, they react so quickly to fear-triggering news. I'm saying something good. In Turkey, if correct steps are taken, if no errors are made, if there can be excellent communication and excellent policy implementation, everything can improve dramatically fast. Assumption is my own assumption. I'm a simple citizen. No political risk, no political urgency, no political concern seems to be present. The political will is totally focused on foreign policies. In the beginning of 2024, there will be local elections. Before local elections, the political picture, depending on how volatile it is, can there be some populist practices? But we have no such expectation. Ankara is something else. But in Istanbul, in the elections, I don't see any sense of urgency in the ruling party. The opposition seems to be fragmented. I'm not saying this to make a political comment. I am just assuming that there will be no populist trends in economy. Global picture around the world. Economic activity is to the detriment of Europe, and manufacturing sector to the detriment of the manufacturing sector. But here, the important point is our main export market, the Euro region, the manufacturing side of the exports are registering a decline. From month to month, it shows you the changes. If index is below 50, there's a narrowing down. If it's above 50, it means it's beginning to expand again. The only thing here is Euro region. During the pandemic, when factories closed down, look at the decline there. It comes down for a while and then rapidly goes up. The triangular area is the permanent loss of manufacturing, but because the time is short, the total loss is not so bad. The Euro region is so bad. It's been so long since it came down under 50 that there's more loss of production in Europe now than during the pandemic. Very, very negative. How is it surviving? Spain, France, Italy, their tourism revenues. And there in recent years, again, it's below 50, the blue line. Therefore, from our perspective, it's a negative picture for the export. Price pressures, inflation problems everywhere. All central banks are taking steps, and there, on the inflation side, energy prices are lagging behind. So inflation is a bit down. Core inflation is not regressing that much, but the narrowing down in the purchasing power is so bad that there as well, core inflation, relaxation of demand is regressing. The interesting differentiation is that the US is not doing so badly. Early reduction of inflation. Europe is lagging behind. In China, just the contrary. There is a risk of deflation. In order not to fall into deflation, they are having some incentives. So there's that differentiation around the world. Not a very stable picture. And inconsistencies in market pricing, Russia-Ukraine war. There's been a drop in commodity prices. There's going to be a demand crisis. There are laggings in core inflation, deflation risk in China. But in spite of that, global interest rates are very high. So this may be a maybe positive picture for us. The likelihood that the American interest rates may not be so high. This is a positive detail for us. In the background, the situation in Turkey. Again, as I said, I want to leave time for Q&A, but the historical course of events, there's also a past. Nothing is changing, same picture. What you see in red, private consumption expenditures, growth emanating from there. Red bars are annual increase in GDP, how much of it comes from private consumption. High consumption as never before, post-pandemically. Blue bars are investment expenses, and that is as little as possible. We're consuming like we never have, and we're investing so very little. This is the picture we have. Why is this so? Credit growth. It's based on consumption. It's consumption based on loans. And its impact on change is very high. There's no inflation graph here, but the one on the left, the black, is loan growth, devoid of FX impact. Red and purple are consumer loans and commercial loans. First thing is consumer loans are higher than commercial loans. Second, yes, inflation is high, but it wasn't like that 2 years ago. Consumer loans were growing by 45%, and its cost on inflation on reserves, I'm going to touch upon it. It's loan growth in the wrong direction. Turkish society, we don't like being indebted. We don't have a deepened financial market or a household in debt. So how did this come about? The entire balance went off target. Loan interests are below deposit loans. All of them are below inflation rates. This is the compulsory, not taking out a loan has become people consuming more than they have as the reason. Private consumption-focused growth. I don't want to talk badly about this. We need leverage. There are things we cannot do with the main capital, but it's very unhealthy in our case. So it increases consumption. How so? It's a vicious cycle. Credit growth, which means TL supply. Banks create money in the economy. When bank gives you a loan, it's a receivable from you, and the liability is the outstanding in your account. They have to fund the reserve of the money you have in your account. It's the banking sector which creates the money. Central bank just manages the banking sector. But at the end of the day, when one loan is extended, 80 billion worth of money was printed in this country. So TL supply is increasing. If you're spending it more on consumption, it's current deficit. Because there's lots of TL, if dollar is not increasing, At the same time, then TL supply and FX amount increases FX rates, and then the reserves melt away. So reserve is in the negative. Dollarization, gold, as demand increases, inflation is triggered. Rising FX rates, we have companies which are indebted in dollars. So it upsets the balance sheet of the companies, and banks cannot pay their own debts. If balance sheet is disturbed when the FX rates rise, then social political inconsistency signs appear. And to get rid of those risks, what does economy management do? Again, to hormone the system. The vicious cycle is entered.
I don't want to talk negative about loans because I have a background in banking. Loans are good if they're used properly. So if loan goes into the manufacturing business, if it creates value added for companies, it doesn't create current account deficit. It actually creates a balance in the current account. And if we export our products and services, it means that dollarization comes down, and then we increase the amount of TL and we create value added as well. So the inflation would go down because the manufacturing is impacted positively. And if the markets are stable, then a healthy growth rate trend goes up and banking risks go down, and banks do not lose on NPL. That's why they would issue loans on low interest, and that this would also create happiness among society, so you wouldn't go into a vicious circle. So issuing loans is very important, and if the loan is paid back, that's good. And if you stockpile, for example, durable goods, that would create certain consequences. And unfortunately, we're dependent on foreign countries for supplies as well. And that's why we have the current situation that we do. So we've shown you the interest rate charts. And when we think of inflation rate at the level that we have, that's why we are not manufacturing, but we are consuming. So you see the red line, that is the retail sales, and then the black line is the industrial production. As you can see, this is the finding that we have for the year. I think we've all done the same thing. At the time when inflation rose by 10% every month, I used all the limit of my credit card and I stockpiled goods. Everyone did that because that's what the system pushed us towards. And this is a very, very interesting graph. So you see spending with breakdown outside of seasonal effects, so it doesn't have inflation, and you see the real growth of spending in all these areas. The blue line talks about the investment spending. When we think, you might remember the Brunson crisis in 2008. It was terrible, actually. It's still below that level. We have just come to reach there. But consumption spending, especially in the post-COVID period, it's a growing momentum. So China has been the winner in the pandemic, but that is followed by Turkey, seeing the spending that we have, which is growing artificially with interests too. Yes, high interest rates is very limiting, but low interest rates also block policing activities. So if your opportunity cost is 40%, you would be selective in your projects, and then you use credit for about 8 to 5%. You wouldn't lose money in there, and you would go to second-hand markets. So basically, the interest rate is a policing force, and I think in the outlook that we have right now, it didn't work. So, as you can see, the Consumers Trust Index is the blue line over there. Consumers, including the pandemic, are least trustful of the future. They're very insecure, and just because they wanted to protect their purchasing power, they started spending money. As you can see, there's a downward trend over there, and there is also a monetary extension in the industry level as well. So you see the black line. Unemployment rate is not a very good indicator, but if you calculate the number of people in the employment sector divided by the number of people we have in Turkey, you would get a certain figure. So as time goes by, real revenues go down, but women's participation in the workforce goes up, and then we have immigration as a factor. So given all these factors, we would have 55%. But because we have real payments going down really, really well, going down really low, workforce payments have gone very much down in terms of the rate to revenues, total revenues. Unfortunately, we cannot reach 25% of employment in our economy. Why? Because we don't have enough investments. So we have all the money, we get all the loans, and all of the money that we have and all the credits go to consumption. I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but in the manufacturing industries, we don't have a lot of growth. So, for example, you see the year-by-year changes. We have almost a constricting outlook in agriculture and fisheries. So where does growth come? Where do we see consumption spending benefiting the industries? You see finance industry, that's obviously coming from the credits, loans that are given out, and we have a little bit of IT, which also grew during the pandemic. But what we need is an area that we use our good muscles. When we think of the flow of uncontrolled migration, it's really negative that we still lag behind in terms of our agricultural development. After the short-term troubles are fixed in terms of interest rate and inflation, I guess these effects should be taken into account. Normalization. Prior to the election, there were estimates about the economic policies independent of who would win. So this was actually a graph that was created in May. And here was the model. It is still valid, actually. It can still be considered relevant. What kind of a policy the economic administration will follow? We have increased, if we increase the interest rate, and then if we increase the value of the TL, of course, the fair pricing of TL was much higher than what we had. If we render TL really low valued, we would encourage further investments into the country, further money flow into the country. And this would in turn bring down the inflation. We would also increase competitive edge in exports and imports. So basically, the economic administration would not find any trouble in encouraging the interest rate. It's the second model. So low interest rates and valuable TL. We are obviously really melting the level of reserves that we have. So you wouldn't really have the luxury in that scenario do any easing of credits. And the third scenario, Eurasia. Eurasian sources. Obviously, we could find money there and go into easing of our credit. So a very significant level of normalization and orthodox policies have been followed since the election, and we have a certain $11 billion of investment coming from Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank also decided to increase aid to Turkey post-earthquake. So we have been able to find money. By surprise, we have seen an economic administration that have done things in the right way. What was interesting was that the government in power re-won the elections, and the what was expected of a potential opposition government has been followed by the government. And with the government re-winning the elections, certain concerns have been eliminated. But when the economic policies went back to normal and orthodox, foreign investors also took a deep breath, and we see the effects in the markets. I will talk about the effects in the market. So what does the economic administration promise us? So, for example, the credit interest will not go down below deposits. So, for example, if you allow banks to exchange a trade with 5%, they would not be able to make money out of swaps, but with their core business. Also, you need to have a policy to make sure that people move away from buying further dollars, and then there are signals that the deposit interests will be around 40 to 50%. These are actually the messages that have been discussed with the central bank and bank managers. The Planning Budget Commission meeting also talked about how the policy to carry on with the exchange protected deposit will be eliminated, and at the same time we will see how there will be tightening in terms of monetary developments. So we are talking about tightening, but it's also striking a balance, and this is not at all a coincidence. We're not talking about the central bank not having any options. They are doing what needs to be done, and they're very proud of it. If they were here, actually, they would really admit to that if, for example, we would not be broadcasting right now. And the markets responded positively as well. So you see the CDX premiums on the left-hand chart. You see that's the premiums of the insurance. Obviously, if the insurance premiums are low, it means that Turkey's risks are low. You see how the trend goes down after the elections. It is parallel to what things looked like when things were going well a couple of years ago. And you see the shares, USD based shares, and there is a bit of a dip post recent war, but actually there is quite a bit of high valuing in USD based shares. I believe that there might be actually an upswing here in the Istanbul Stock Exchange going forward. So we talked about the background, what's happening, and then what is expected of the economic administration. There are two areas that are very critical that we need to pay attention to. Where are we? What kind of goals do we have? So we have foreign exchange expectations. especially prior to the elections, there were so many different factors that played into that. The blue lines you see, for example, those were to the advantage of TL, for example, absence of loans, dollar absence, and we wouldn't find TL to buy dollars and vice versa. But right now, in terms of TL, we have an advantage, and tourism is going well. Number of people coming in goes down, but the tourism revenues go up. We had exporters who had concerns prior to the elections, but right now, we also have the minimum wage increase. If you want to increase, for example, the minimum wage, you would have a concern about the TL rate and how that also struck a balance is something that we know.
Zorunlu olarak satış zorunlulukları vardı. Makaslar çok geniş, dolayısıyla yeteri kadar işlem yapamadı sektör.
Not enough transactions were carried out, especially the companies, in order to avoid FX loss. There's been some restrictions on quantity. The bank would say, buy this much, sell this much. I'm sure all of us have experienced. There's the reserve insufficiency, of course, on the other hand. Now, where we are today, everything apart from those I have highlighted in yellow has happened, actually. 18 to 28 FX, the concerns of exporters are not as bad as they used to be. Kind of balanced out. The FX has to be higher. People, they're not saying that. And Europe is doing so badly, as I said in the beginning, that as far as I can see, the state feedback is as follows. If we let the FX rise, you will not be able to benefit too much from it because of Europe, but I will lose my target in inflation. And for a minor return, I'm going to pay a high cost. Last season, profitability exploded. Use that part for the moment. So that factor is no longer valid. Imports is narrowing down. Minimum wage increase happened. Inflation appropriate salary raises will come probably. 2024 local elections. Before those, shall we have populist policies? I don't expect any tensions because the political will is very comfortable. No need for populism. Exporters, if they find the time, no restrictions in quantity, terms are not postponed. There's KKM risk. As they exit, there may be demand to buy more FX. Reserve insufficiency, no problem there. What I mean is, there's not much reason for the FX to increase. And on the right-hand side, you see the loan growth, commercial loans. Public banks are a separate example. They can fulfill this with their bond portfolio. Private banks are growing below 30% in commercial loans because 70% restrictions now. No loans are being extended, and it's a risk. Loans are restricted. The FX will not go up. Why? Because they are serious about fighting against inflation. That's what I'm trying to say, and this is not a surprise. They are doing this willingly, I think, the economy management. So, what in consumer index, from here at the end of 2023, this will be close to 70%, it seems, consumer price index. first half of the year horizontal. May was 0% this year. It will go up above 70 as of June after that. If this absence of loans and this FX rate comfort remaining stable, if that continues, then it may start coming down, it seems. To whose detriment? Sector companies who can't find loans, or maybe those who own loans, or those who survive on loans, to the detriment of that sector. But in the long term, it will be benefit. It will be to the benefit of the entire system. Going back to the beginning, because I don't foresee political instability, they won't take a step back. That's the biggest assumption. If you tell me Istanbul, if the political world starts getting concerned about Istanbul elections, and they might start clicking all the buttons at the same time, then we will talk about different things. I'm just assuming this will not be the case. Second is current deficit. Last year, I wish I had introduced myself better. I had 20 years worth of finance banking experience. I established my consultancy company after that. And many corporate group companies, holding companies, I work with them. My own observation is that there's an important detail on the graph on the right. Intermediary good imports has increased more than the manufacturing of industrial sector. 0 to 10% growth in industrial goods. And we are importing a lot more intermediate goods. Big instability here. That gap in between in 2022, and that exploded current deficit, inflation, FX rates, etc. Why was this the case? Maybe you have experienced this yourself. One company, if they had more than 15% of base on their balance sheet in FX, they couldn't find loans. In order to melt away the FX on their balance sheet, they buy raw material. Oil prices were 70. Industrial commodity prices came down. Everybody invested in intermediary goods. Intermediate goods stocks are very high in industry, which means this year everybody's trying to melt away stocks. Interest rates are high. OPEX is costly, so we're going to have less current deficits. FX may not go up. Economic management seems to be serious. Therefore, inflation may regress and there won't be much current deficit. I don't see a very pessimistic picture. After coming to the reserves, I want to touch upon borrowing $210 billion. How much we owe abroad. Total $450, $500 billion worth of external debt, 210 billion. Apart, we have TL, external debts. The banks have liabilities for their branches abroad. Once we subtract this, the net is assuming, based on your assumption, it's between $70, $90 million, 80, 210. If you see that in the press, it's 80, really. This $80 billion, it's not like it's going to come out of our pocket. When our ability to service debt, if you can service it 100%, not 1 cent will come out of your pocket. If when you have to pay $80 billion, you find an $80 billion loan, nothing comes out of your pocket. banks 90%, private sector companies 100%. BOTAŞ and Akkuyu loans are included. The debts are being serviced. Banks find syndication loans, no restriction on capital entry, $2-3 billion of warm cash coming in. Over the last 4 years, $70 billion worth of money has gone abroad.
Londra bankacılığının sevdiği isimler.
Economic management, these are names that London banking loves. If you present a good story, they will love it. Had increased interest rates, we're not that exposed to it. Good things may come in summary. I mean, our cash may come in from there. We won't have too much current deficit because we did the imports last year, and the FX rates will not go very high because there's a tight monetary policy. So this may not be a bad result from this picture. Before we come there, reserves, because there may be lots of questions. So I will save this for the questions in the social media. If you're following accounts, you must have seen minus reserve. There's that concept. Minus $50 billion. Twitter economist is what I say. Some names are announcing this as if this is very important. Mathematically, if it's minus 50, it can be minus 150 as well. What is minus 50? I'm giving this example always. Turkey is a closed circuit country, let's say, no relation with the rest of the world. Walking in New York, I found a $100 banknote. I brought it, put it in the bank. That's my deposit. The bank took that and gave it as credit to someone else. I'm thinking I have $100 worth of deposit. So when you say how much deposit, how much asset in the system, a fictional monopoly money is increasing. Include the central bank to this estimation. Let's assume central bank is collecting everything. Let's say Trump tweeted saying, I will destroy Turkish economy in 2018. People said, I want dollars. So they went and bought $100. Central bank sold. We gave $100. The guy's happy. He sold the same $100. The bank borrowed that, and they got it back with debt. They sold it to you. At every sale, the position of central bank is minus. That's what they call minus 50, not real money. Minus 50 can become minus $1 trillion, infinity. There's a small profit impact at the end of the year, but those who boil this on social media, I'm saying this without political interpretation, the definition of reserve and the science of economy, these are very empty talk. Phosphorus, green line, liquid growth, FX reserves. How many banknotes exist in Turkey is the definition. Definition-wise, it cannot be in minus. And I don't share this on social media. But that usable liquid gross money, the real money, before elections was around $7 billion, and after elections, $37 billion. But before the elections, we really were about to just go off. But after the election, money entered into the system. Tourism was surprising, and there's been a settling down of things. There's $38 billion worth of money, our external debt. We will roll it over.
getirdiğim şey bu.
No one's going to take away the dollars in your bank account is what I'm trying to say. Maybe we'll talk about this in Q&A. And one minor detail, the green line here, see, in between somewhere it's about to touch zero. Do you remember that period? What happened? $5 billion was below that at that point. Before elections, it was 7. Then it was down to 5. Something happened that day, that month. Do you remember what?
İstifa etti görevden.
Berat Albayrak. Berat Albayrak had to resign.
Kimse anlamadı ne oluyor ne bitiyor.
Devlet Bahçeli
Sonra bütün olayları biz yaşadık. Naci Abal geldi. Naci Abal gelince şu an
said, Naci Abal came and
yaptığının aynılarını yaptı. Yapmaya yaratan hatta iyiye de
they did the same thing. In fact, things were going fine.
demek lazım. Herkesin bir fikri var. Tabii siyasetle işin.
You shouldn't say good or bad about this. Everybody has an idea. Also, politics comes in. You may say it was the wrong thing to do. I'm just talking about the market reaction. Has there been capital entry to Turkey? Have we gained capital? This is what I'm looking at.
Beklentileri paylaşmadan önce de en son bundan sonra neleri
So before expectation, I'd like to talk about what we need to follow in the next 4 minutes. In the upcoming term, I will talk about what we might need to revise. So for example, FX and export balance. Well, exporters, the state says to the exporters, we don't need you that much. So everyone really astronomically profited last year, and workforce labor costs went down, and we know from public companies that dollar-based profit margins increased in every industry. So basically, they say to us, do not ask FX from us. So if there are any changes in that, any developments would affect us. Secondly, FX rates. So we're talking about real valuation. So for example, you have $100 in a bank, and then if you have an interest rate of 40%, you bring things more forward because it's 28 TL per dollar. And if dollar rate in a year to come, if the dollar rate doesn't go up to 40, then you will have a profit because your interest rate would be at 40%. So we would have to follow that because that would also help reduce inflation. We'll see how the FX would go below interest rates. We know that the credit outlook will be improved with Fitch, and S&P has shown positive signals. Unfortunately, we're watching the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the Middle East, but I will remind you of one fact. In September, in UN meetings, for the first time after a very long time, Netanyahu and President Erdogan posed together for press photos. If it hadn't been for the Hamas attacks, Turkey had been rotating towards the west. We lost F-35s. I think that's a diplomatic mistake, but we had been making progress for F-16 modernization with EU relations, for example. President Erdogan rightfully is talking about things in a very negative way because they're saying we don't need them. We are not going to bargain in a disadvantaged position. He says, of course, he has to do that. But just a few weeks ago, the EU had been back on the agenda. There is a message there because he wants to put the issue back on the radar. Israel relations, again, a part of it, and then the migration topic had been followed in a way that we met the criteria of the EU. So there had been a phase of normalization. If we see that our axis is gravitating towards Eurasia, that could be an alarm, and that could mean that we need to revise our expectations. And populism. If, for example, there are low housing credits and stuff like that, we would have to pay attention to that too. Mehmet Şimşek always says what he needs to say. He doesn't blunder. Questions. Why do we have high real interest rates in the world? So I believe that the interest rates will have to go down. Why don't we have employment that's at flexible levels, and why do we see profit margins that do not look very credible? That's, of course, another question mark that we have. And then lastly, we have risks. There are so many geopolitical risks in the world. The Philippines and China are entering a very strained relation period. And then there is a Taiwan crisis, which the USA is involved in. Lebanon can get into the conflicts in the Middle East. So we need to follow all of these. Unless monumental changes happen in these areas, here is what the outlook will seem. You see the marked boxes. These might be the boxes, the red marked areas might be the areas that we might revise. So national revenues might be below 4%. We might revise it to 3.5%. I also shared with you the CPI levels. If the policies and the applications carry on, it would hang around 3%. And FX expectations, pay attention to this line. It was about 27 actually, but it's not a huge difference between 27 and 28. So it would be 35, 45, 55, and that is below CPI, as you can see. TL in real terms will go up and CPI goes down. So if the rates look low, that's the reason. I talked about my current account deficit expectation. It's going to be quite limited compared to 40 to 50 billion last year. And we have then the interest rate at the end of the year will be shaped by the inflation rates of the central bank, and that is what is going to look like. So we have about 55, 60, 75% expected inflation, and we have an interest rate of about 40, which is in line with that. Unemployment is very much manipulated, so I keep it fixed at 11%. Euribor and Euribor is also reached a summit. And you might ask me about euro and dollar parity levels. This might need a revision, because when we think of Fed, if it fixes the inflation problem early, it looks like the interest rate differences will be to the advantage of euro. Mostly, the goals are matched. We know that the fair rate is about 1.5%. So these are my estimates. At the bottom right, you see the central bank estimates, and there's not a huge difference. When I make this presentation, people tell me you're very optimistic, but I said, well, why don't you say the same thing about the central bank surveys? So if you have any questions, I'll be gladly receiving them. We have discussed a lot, and it's after lunch maybe. It's been quite long, but Petrol Ofisi, Mustafa Karabay. So you are quite optimistic in terms of foreign money entering the country. Foreign country financing has been quite difficult, both economically and politically. Why are you optimistic about foreign resources flowing into the country? Are we just talking about non-European entries from the Gulf region? Is it something that we have looked down upon? Well, there are agreements actually. There are agreements. $50 billion was announced. That was Saudi Arabia and Dubai. That's the total funding that was announced. Actually, it was the Minister of Economy and Treasury of Dubai that announced that. $11 billion is targeted. The rest will be in investments in Turkey, but the $11 billion worth of the funding is direct investments in Eurobond, and the remaining will be credits for the earthquake region. The World Bank already had a $15 billion fund, and then that's going to increase to $35 billion. So actually, that kind of meets the current account deficit. What do we have remaining? How do we roll over the debt that we currently have? It goes above 100% actually, because with the Banking Regulatory Authority, the debt rollover is punished. So that's why we do not need to show it in our balance sheet. We did not want to go into debt. So let's say it was 100. We wouldn't have foreign debt. Then we'll have cash flows, really. If we do things right, we would have FDI. Yes, financing conditions are tightening in the world. Yes, but Fed for the second time kept interest rates the same, and American households do not move, for example. As we just said, wage increases create inflation. So, for example, someone living in California cannot move to Nevada because they cannot afford the high rates of interest when they move into a new house. But all of these might evolve into something else in 2024. So that's the logic behind it. I'm not sure if this is a satisfactory answer. Of course, there are so many uncertainties too. We'll wait and see. So this is a positive outlook, but I still don't know where that foreign direct investment will go to, because when we think of trust in the economy, because we have very low investment levels, these are still remaining as relevant topics. Actually, I can't just say we'll definitely have a crisis when I look at this outlook, because in order to survive, you need a certain level of optimism, and things just find their own way. And in the global markets, it's the same logic. That's what I take into account. Of course, that's quite subjective. The minister recently announced one thing. Bridges and highways would also be privatized. That would be money. You just mentioned incoming money. So is that an example? That's a good question. It could be possible, yeah. For example, when we think of that $50 billion, $40 billion into certain investments, and that could be the bridge or road and highway purchases. But you're actually handing over your assets. It's not foreign direct investment, is it?
Türkiye yabancılar FDI yani sabit sermaye yatırım yapmış gibi olur. Benim anlattığım ek şey olur. Ek olur. Evet. Yani
it would be just an additional on top of what I've just said. Right or wrong, that's debatable. Strategic assets being sold to foreign countries, is that ethical or not? That's debatable, but is it financing that flow into the country? Yes. Hello. I have a question. The central bank chief said, well, I have billions of dollars of agreement that are waiting on the desk. And people said, well, this shouldn't be your business. She is a valuable person. She has a good background, Ms. Erkan. I guess she was a bit inexperienced when she made those remarks. And actually, she said in her first public statement, we are going to close the gap between policy and deposit inflation. Well, no, that's not what we were supposed to focus on. A central bank chief should not have a $20 billion investment offer on their desk. I guess it's due to inexperience, and maybe she was guided in the wrong direction. When she was making a presentation on inflation, and when she made that mistake about the deposits, her assistants changed because they said, well, maybe she was guided in the wrong way. Hatice Karan came, for example, after some of them were sent away. So maybe there was an error, or maybe she was guided in the wrong direction.
Muhammed Balcı, Efes Metalurji.
Muhammed Balcı, Efes Metalurji. So we have high interest rates in our country. An investor outside of Turkey would be interested in investing in Turkey, seeing that we have still high interest rates. When we think of the Istanbul Stock Exchange in Turkey and the trading companies in the exchange have an energy share in, let's say, 1 kilograms that's worth of 1 kilogram of tomatoes, or even something that's the worth of a chewing gum. When we see the situation, that really draws the attention of Arab investors. Some companies in the upcoming term, the rumor goes, might be purchased, might be acquired by Arab companies. Well, the first one is very, very important, the FX estimates. When you think of it, you're at the head of a oil fund in Norway and you want to invest somewhere. Yes, we have high inflation and high interest rates in Turkey. So, for example, if that investor comes in with their crowns or pounds or euros, that's not the person that's going to face inflation. Even if the interest rates are below inflation, if the impression from the minister is positive, the investor would say, well, they're going to keep the FX rates flat. Okay, 160% inflation is the case, but they cannot go and find a more attractive solution in another swap market. I shared with you the FX expectations. So I guess it's two birds with one stone. So they will benefit from the FX rate. The TL should remain valuable on a stable level for a certain period of time. If the swap interest rate was about 25%, maybe they can find that opportunity in England at about 8 to 9%. So FX expectation would be attractive if they're convinced. And you're right about the shares, actually. At dollar-based rates, it's still very cheap. There's a story behind it, especially when we think of what the president has been announcing. Well, you might have noticed that in the first 2 weeks after the Israel-Palestine conflict, we didn't do anything. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs didn't really touch upon very risky subjects and just talked about civilians. But when the tensions rose higher in the last week, we shifted gears. If the geopolitical tensions are solved, and in that scenario, we can provide opportunities to foreign investors in our stock exchange. At about 30% dollar-based increase, it's about 280, isn't it? It could be possible because we have an example in the past 2002, post-2008, and post-2012. Up until 2018, actually, that was the biggest crisis. Trump's tweets And Trump is around the corner, actually. You might get ready for that because Democrats are not looking bright and promising in the US. So if we create a good story in terms of dollarization, it's possible. No questions about reserve. That's very interesting. Not for me either. So I don't understand economy at all. I'm a software person. I'm an engineer. So in terms of loans, especially housing loans, so they wanted to issue cheap loans and they create a bubble in the housing market and then prices went up really high. Here's what I see from the outside, actually. So you know that brand new houses increase in price and then rent prices increase. And then when they go up, restaurant business owners say, well, we increase our price as well. So doesn't it create a chain effect? So we employ staff as well. And then the staff member comes up to me and says, well, I can't pay my rent. Give me a pay raise, otherwise I'll go back to my village. I live in Çanakkale. You cannot find a place to rent for below 20,000 TL. And now, you know, I'm using a Twitter language. We're going to see a similar development in the housing market, like new, for example, housing loans. Newlyweds? No. A general housing loan campaign would be terrible, actually, because I've talked about that cycle with you. So all the prices would go up, and then the pay raise would follow. At the very root of all of these developments is erroneous development of loans, because it just becomes your biggest weapon. I'll go back. Here's what we look like in loans.
Siz hepiniz şirket, işte tedarikçi firmalarsınız. Zaten görüyorsunuzdur bu tabloyu. O yüzden diyorum zaten ben...
You all suppliers, you see the picture. The political risk before the municipality elections, if they're assuming this risk, then these people are really serious about reducing inflation. I don't expect that, but if it happens, mortgage super bonds, no needs for populist steps. Then we're going to have to update this table. I'm just curious. They did this twice, and they're economists. I'm an engineer. I do this once and see that it worsened everything. Then I wouldn't do the second one. And it's the economists who are doing this. And I answered this. You remember the assumption? Turkey is not a textbook economy. That's what it is. This is the reality of the country, of politics. This is our reality. We have to assume that and see how we can proceed from there. I think they're serious about inflation this time because they are not concerned about the political risk. Everybody's very relaxed in Ankara. Okay, we have the power. It's the preference of society, so no need for populism. I'll solve inflation. I'll give some back. I think they're trying to play on this table. If there's no axis shift around the world back to Eurasia, then they'll be happy with this economic picture. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Ranbay was with us. Thank you. Again, you may individually ask him questions if she's still hanging around. Climate change and efficient use of resources is one of the most popular topics of recent years. Sustainable development goals and greenhouse gas emission reduction. While changing production and consumption behaviors, we're going to have to develop them. BCAM. It is something that EU has been struggling for a long time about carbon leakage. Green transition and green energy certifications. Mr. Semih Bulçak. Enerjisa Generation Environmental Product Solutions and Commercial Manager, and Tuğçe Şevik. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome again. It's a very beneficial, delightful activity. We're going to contribute to that. As Enerjisa generation, we generate electricity and trade on electricity. We are leaders. We're carrying it over to different areas. One is environmental products, green transition, and sustainability. Here, as a company, we have our own targets, and our country has significant targets, and globally, there are global targets in collaborations. Well, realizing our own targets, we want to contribute to the targets of the country, and also globally, we want to support this effort. That's what we're working towards in this area. When it comes to our own activities, first of all, voluntary renewable certification supply. Our market share in the country is 30%. And globally, too, we trade and supply these certifications. In 25 countries, we have active voluntary renewable energy and carbon certification. Trade and supply is what we're doing. We want to increase the number of countries and also have end users have these certificates and renewable energy certifications of our country. We want to make these available for outside of the country as well. Apart from that, not just restricted with those activities. For companies and customers, we plan to be a green transformation partner from measurement reporting to offsetting. Or if customers have their own specific needs, we want to make these happen one by one. So it will be beneficial to have a review of this. Now I'm turning the word over to Tuğçe. Hopefully it will be a beneficial and pleasant presentation for everyone. Hello, welcome again. Tuğçe Şivik is my name, Environmental Product Solutions and Commercial Team is what I'm part of. I'm going to talk about green transition and carbon certifications, different emission scopes, different types of certificates. I'd like to define them first. And afterwards, how did these voluntary markets come about? What can we expect from the future about these? And consumers, buyers, actors would like to be on the voluntary market. What should they do? What sort of a roadmap should they follow? In fact, different reporting standards have identified 3 different greenhouse gas scopes. Scope 1 emission type is directly emitted emissions, released emissions. In fact, this is under your control. This is the emissions you're spreading directly. For instance, a cement factory, to manufacture, you need to burn coal or natural gas. That emission is under Scope 1. Scope 2 and 3 emission types are indirect. Scope 2, simply put, is electricity consumption emissions. The reason it's indirect is that if the location where you consume the electricity is not under the umbrella of a renewable plant, then you are drawing energy from the grid and you cannot know in which plant it is produced because it's a pool system. And here it says, in fact, by consuming electricity, you are making a coal or thermal plant survive. So you are indirectly contributing to the emissions. Scope 3 is those resources not under your control, meaning it's a vehicle that you have leased. So the fuel that burns is spreading Scope 3 emissions. Or if you're using an aircraft and if it does not belong to the company, it's under Scope 3. Here, in fact, there are different market types and certification types that may offset those 3 types of scopes. First of all, compulsory markets. Compulsory markets, you may have heard, emission trade systems. In fact, in many developed countries, America, Japan, Canada, they have these systems very similar to Europe. In fact, the logic here is member states in EU, they identify an upper emission limit, and on the road to 2040, 2050, they're reducing this every year. And some sectors are subject to these emission-intensive iron and steel, aluminum, fertilizer, etc. These emission targets are distributed to these companies. Compulsory market, let's say, and you have a right to emit 110 units emission. And for the extra, you have to pay a carbon price. Where you buy that from or where you sell it to is the emission trade system. There is now carbon adjustment, border carbon adjustment systems. There are two problems now. First, manufacturing EU countries, their competitive advantage is coming down. An iron and steel manufacturer there, they're paying a price for every extra emission they spread, but not one in Turkey or India. Another problem is companies in the EU, they started carrying their operation bases to other countries. That's called carbon leakage. So produced in other countries but brought to EU through exports, then they avoid carbon tax. For these two reasons, EU said companies trading with me will report to me the carbon emissions they cause, and then they're going to have to offset, just like European companies. The system here is, again, subject to compulsory market. A cement company in Turkey, when it's going to export at the border, they have to report how much carbon they emit. As of October 2023, this is just reporting. But as of 2026, they will have to offset it as well. And CBAM certification, they need to buy that. And this certificate is really Europe's own 85 euro carbon price. The only difference is if you have an emission system in your country and you paid that price is reduced at the border. To the voluntary side, a state institution is not making it this compulsory. This is voluntary. One is renewable and voluntary carbon certifications. Renewable energy certificates are, in fact, they bring together electricity generators and consumers. By buying those certificates, you say that the electricity you draw from the grid is coming from a renewable plant. And this certificate can just offset scope 2 emissions. The most known ones is IREC. IREC is internationally valid renewable energy certificate. Not just Turkey manufacturers, Latin America, Asia, African manufacturers can also do this. YEKE is the local one. In many areas and countries, these types of local certificates happen. There are the geo certifications in Europe. Carbon reduction side is they bring together a producer and a consumer, but the person we call consumer, because of scope 1 or 2, is spreading emission to the environment. A cement factory releases 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year. A wind plant produces and holds 1,000 tons from nature. So they bring together these two sides, and the consumer side proves that they have offset this gold standard and BERA. In fact, There are many carbon certification types, but this is currently totally voluntary, and the value of certificates depend on how much they have proven themselves on international markets and how much they are recognized on international markets. Briefly, how did the voluntary markets come about? In 1997 in Kyoto and in 2015 Paris, countries came together to discuss the climate crisis and to set targets for themselves. There are two basic targets. One is before compared with pre-industrial period, we're going to limit temperature increase by 1.5 degrees and reduce emissions by 45%. Together with these main targets, governments came up with different investments and climate policies, but the problem here is the investment. Only 30% of it can be met by public sectors. There's a $1.7 trillion worth of gap. So governments and public institutions encourage the formation of voluntary markets, and consumers need to be willing. Of course, the basic motivation is emission reduction and reaching sustainability goals. This may be compulsory by the state, or it may be a company's own initiative, social responsibility project. Apart from that, customer loyalty and competitive advantage are other motivations, because in the last 10, 20 years, as these green trends increased, green awareness is increasing on the part of the customers. Mitigating environmental impact, more responsible companies is what customers are looking for. And then the green financing part is there as markets develop. The banks started penetrating those markets. And if you can fulfill certain sustainability targets, you start getting green certification, which is a motivation for consumers. Then voluntary markets, what do they expect in the future? As of 2023, the value of the market is $2 billion, but until 2030, this will be between $30 to $50 billion. Same thing applies for the demand side. Carbon dioxide emission balancing demand is billion ton. Until 2050, this has to increase to 5.4 gigaton. Basic reason the same for both, because currently, in fact, the demand globally and in Turkey is what we call behavioral demand. Consumers want these certifications to create competitive advantage and increase customer loyalty. But as time goes on, countries who have compulsory markets, their compulsory markets will come to other countries and grow voluntary markets. So this will convert demand into basic demand. Companies will demand because the date is drawing close. Of course, new players will penetrate the market. They are currently different reporting, rating institutions, banks, different technology companies are coming on the market. Different platforms are being formed for the trading and sales of these products. As APH with blockchain technology, they bring consumers and producers together. Of course, these technological developments increase transparency, and then this will increase the trust on the side of the consumer. And what we wanted to show on the graph is the prices you see here are the prices of Turkish products. This is a voluntary market, Turkey. What you see up there is Europe's renewable energy certificate prices. Shio is a voluntary market, but when compulsory comes to a country, then a voluntary market also grows. A company subject to compulsory is reporting scope 1 and offsetting it. So in scope 2, they start offsetting voluntarily. Or companies who work with these companies again start asking for these certifications on a voluntary basis. And new consumers coming into the market, what can new buyers do? We wanted to share that. Of course, developing strategy is number one because we don't have compulsory market, but it's coming until 2026 because of this. The first point of departure for buyers is the measurement reporting of different types of emission, and they should identify their strategies. Second step is buying a reliable seller because it's a developing market. Too many intermediary companies. Finding a trustworthy one is important. A verification is important because there are different carbon certification standards. New ones come about every single day. It's not a regulated market. So the carbon loan that you buy, its value has to do with how much it's recognized and known, and diversifying your portfolio. If you're subject to a compulsory market in the future, or if the company you're working with asks you for this certification, then it will protect the consumer against risks. Thank you very much for listening to me.
If you have any questions.
Semih Bey ve Tuğçe Hanım'a bu keyifli sunumları için çok teşekkür
We would
ediyoruz.
like to thank Semih and Tuğçe for an enjoyable presentation. We have 10-minute break and then we'll be back for the last presentations.
Size bir kez daha merhabalar. Artık günün son sunumuyla
Hello
sizden.
again. We're back together for the last presentations. We have listened to perspectives by Enerjisa Üretim the entire day, and we're going to go into the details of purchasing process of Enerjisa Üretim. And we are going to listen to digitalization activities. So we have a panel discussion with many of our managers here, Ersin Karaduman, Koray Günay, Elif Dağıtlı, Barış Torun. These are purchasing mentors that we have in the company. We have İnan Özaslan, Enerjisa Üretim, contract management expert, and we have Kürşat Kocakahyaoğlu, Enerjisa Üretim, contract management mentor. The floor is theirs. Welcome, everyone. There are 6 of us here right now, but behind us is a giant team. We have nearly 20 people, young people who are the boss of their work, and along with our team and you, valuable partners, we are trying our best to run our business processes. A lot of them you don't know because they do all the job and it's not even our turn to do the job that they do. We're going to talk about what is relevant to you, and it's worth mentioning the fact that our team is going through an agile transformation. That's why we don't have titles. Everyone is considered a business partner. This is the perspective that we have in the company, and it's a perspective we have in the purchasing department as well. So we have a brief presentation, and we'll share with you the info based on that. So recently at the Enerjisa Üretim agenda is the acquisitions that we have. So we are working with a lot of you in this area. Elif will talk about these acquisitions. Hello everyone, my name is Elif Dağıtlı. I am a part of the investment team and acquisition team, so I am working in a team of 5 people. We have close contact with wind power investment team, and we are, as a team, responsible for the purchasing processes of this department. So let me define you the roles and responsibilities that we have. When an investment is approved, all the activities that are required for that project start with tenders, and you get the quotes and you have candidates for contracting companies, and then what we do at the purchasing department is to run all of these activities following the adoption of a project. So we also arrange coordination between different departments, and when a contract is signed and fieldwork begins, we have the invoicing, we have the benefits that need to be provided. So in a nutshell, we start with the tendering process of an investment, and then our responsibility carries on until the job is completed and the last signature is made. High on the agenda is investment in wind power plants, so most of our work time goes into that investment. I will talk about briefly the tendering model that we have for WPPs. So, for a WPP projects, we have about 5 different tenders. The first one is a wind turbine installation and assembly tender. So we set up the type of our turbine, and then we sign a supplier's agreement. And when we sign an agreement, when the turbines are built, we start a tendering process for electricity and in construction. So second comes the construction tender, and then that goes into 2 different levels. Main construction work is a part of it, so it's about the building blocks of the turbines, the platforms for the turbines, and internal road work, external road work. Aside from that, we have superstructure work. So, for example, the control room, the storage area, waste storage area, those are part of another tender. Then, along with construction, we have power tenders. So that's divided into two areas as well. One of them is the power communication, the power transfer, and then we have the shaft and the cable setting, all of the infrastructure that goes into power provision. After signing all of the relevant contracts, then we would be ready for the building of a wind power plant. So all the contractors are defined at this stage. So this is how our tendering model works. How do we define our tenders? How do we invite them? So during a tendering process, how do we find and how do we identify the contract companies? So for electricity work, we have two different pools of suppliers. These companies are actually those that have already been pre-authorized. They're potential candidates. When a new tender comes up, we predominantly invite these contractors to the tender. How do we set this pool? We have pre-selection criteria. These criteria include, for example, references from similar work, financial solidity, and also OHS, environmental approach. So that we have several criteria that help us define this pool. Along with our technical team, we analyze potential new entries to the pool, companies that we consider meeting these criteria become a part of our pool. During the tender, as you know, we have several rounds of quotes, and then we have a short list of companies at the very last stage. So as we define the company that we are going to sign the contract with, we follow similar criteria. Actually, this is something that really makes a lot of people curious about. So again, similar criteria are relevant at this moment, and we see how that is relevant for the given contract. It's not only the purchasing, but all relevant departments that are involved in this very moment of choice. So the optimal choice given by company X becomes the partner. So it's important for us to keep up to date the supplier pool. This is something that we pay a lot of attention to. That's why we are making a lot of effort to access as many companies as possible, and we also set a meeting with them as soon as possible, along with the technical team. So we put them to an assessment, and we try to make sure that they are a part of our pool. So here is, in a nutshell, our tendering and contractor choice process. What kind of tenders are in the pipeline for us in the next year? Let me briefly talk about that. So we have the Renewable Energy Resource Area, RERA, investments. So we have 1,000 megawatt capacity investments, and that actually includes 10 different projects. These include provinces of Çanakkale, Balıkesir, Aydın, and Muğla. So there will be about 10 or 11 projects, and in total they will amount to 1,000 megawatts of installed capacity. So we'd like to commission them at the end of next year. The second RERA project is at the stage of electricity tendering. So we're now receiving quotes, and we have also excavation works, and we've done the tender for that. It doesn't include the entire construction work, it's just about the excavation and soil work. But we are at the stage at the dawn of a very busy investment period. We're talking about both electricity transmission lines and both other aspects of the construction. We're going to have a series of tenders. So basically, to put it this way, maybe from now until mid next year, we're going to be very busy with our tenders. Along with you, we'll be in touch. Can I just interrupt a little bit. We're doing a lot of investments, and we know really well the goals that we've set at Enerjisa, especially with the resource RERA. How about the financing? EBRD and World Bank have financing conditions that was mentioned earlier today. They come with a set of questions, and they do not only come to us and ask those questions, it's relevant for you as well. What kind of questions are we talking about there? Financing is a whole other expertise. We have dedicated teams that work precisely in that area. There are very serious preconditions that these companies have. So some of them affect us directly. So our procedures in the purchasing department, our contracts, our communication and relationship with the suppliers can be put to test, can be questioned, actually. So for example, child labor, occupational health and safety, vigilance, environmental awareness. So there are all these social issues that become very relevant. Our contracts have to prove that these areas are very much paid attention to. And you will have subcontractors, and we have to prove that our contractors and subcontractors pay equal attention to these areas. So we're not talking about a credit process that's run by a single department. We're talking about joint work along with your support. These are how we're meeting these criteria. How about incentives, Koray? Gladly, I'll talk about that. My name is Koray Gülay. I'm at the Central Purchasing Department, Purchasing and Stock Control. So with incentives and logistics and imports, we support the tendering process. So we have pre-construction, construction and post-construction levels of work. And so, for example, what kind of incentives you get from the state based on the product generation of power you have. What we're interested in is the pre-construction area. So for this entire facility that will produce 1,000 megawatts of installed capacity, we have already received our incentives and will be exempt from VAT. With you, our valuable business partners, here's what matters. Companies that enter the tendering process should know that these investments will benefit from incentives. That's why, with that in mind, they should price going forward. We have a recently launched application. Kürşat will talk about that, and then Barış will follow with other investments. Welcome again. My name is Barış. I am responsible for activities in purchasing and renewable energy. Hybrid projects have become a new reality in our lives. Elif talked about our supply chain perspective in a really good manner. So we do not have just a price-focused perspective. We have a total cost ownership, and this is what we look at. It's not just purchasing. So we have external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. Together with them, we analyze everything. And in terms of hybrid power plants, just like it's been discussed before, we have had a goal for 150 megawatts, 90 megawatts of which is already realized as a plan. So we have about 60 megawatts remaining, and that's going to be the investment in the upcoming term. So how do we manage this process? We'll carry on with EPC domination work. So it will also move towards soft EPC. I'd like to just mention precisely that. In terms of solar investments, roughly speaking, here is what we do. Although, in terms of inverters and solar panels, there are certain main costs, but there's a lot of labor costs and quality costs out in the field. So you have construction work, mechanical assembly, electricity assembly. These are all indispensable elements in a solar business. So you should not make an estimation that you can commission a project very, very easily, because we have certain priorities and they need to be met. This is it from me in terms of hybrid SPPs in general.
On the other hand, supplier financing, especially they analyze the financiers' shared expectations. So it's a part of our life, whether we want it or not, the economic situation. Cash flow management is one of our priorities. Many of us know about this supplier financing. You valuable business partners providing us with goods and services, your payments can be given to you if you wish. A sustainable cash flow is very critical for you, we think. And there's the digitization part and the sustainability part. The sustainability part is serving the financial transformation. The digital pillar is inevitably purchasing and business partners. When we put them side by side, the allowances, invoice dates, when will the payment be due? These are always being talked about. So as a team, we're trying to fulfill your needs, but of course, technology makes a lot more available for us. The parallel to the invoicings that we do, when is payment? When will payment be done? Can it be accessed differently over internet? You can monitor, you can follow up, and you can dynamically see and position that invoice in your cash flow. That's very advantageous. We tried to do this before, but with this platform, we are reminding this to you. There are different solutions that we plan to integrate to this in the upcoming period. We'll develop this further and making those available for you. On this journey, we were first working with Akbank. 3 more banks have been included: İş Bank, Alternative Bank, and Volkan Bank. Here again, Enerjisa generation loan ratios apply. You don't need to put up a guarantee. You can have rapid access to that financing. On the other hand, your invoices, you may monitor them live and you may plan your actions accordingly. Briefly, this is how I have summarized. Apart from 2024, as far as we know, you want to increase the number of banks. We're going to increase the number of banks. There are new products. You will be seeing about those. Approximately 20 million of financing was available. Financing on the one side. On the other side is the digital pillar, especially invoice tracking process will be very valuable for you, we think. Now, the purchasing department, agreement and conflict management. As you know, in everything that we do, we have official agreements. However, due to economic conditions or health conditions, there may be different practices. Kürşat and Inan will talk to us about how we view contract management. Contract management and demand management. The first claim is conflict, disagreement. I'll try to relay this in a more sympathetic manner. In the purchasing department, we're a young team. Even though it's my 15th year at Enerjisa this year, we're a newly established team, and here's how we approach it. We listen, we understand, and we try to empathize.
kelimeler vardı. Yani kazan kazan mesela.
There were some keywords like win-win. This was elaborated on. It's not the business owner sitting down and evaluating the topic. At the same time, you should take note of what the contractor is going through. You should understand and try to find a common solution. This is really the perspective we're trying to develop. Of course, here, an effective contract and demand management, the expectation is to mitigate the financial risks of both sides and increase the financial performance. And during the operation, to make the operation more efficient and manage it with the minimum risk. Of course, there are some important steps here. First of all, communication is the most important part. Transparent, open communication, timely communication are very important. So, this has two main parts. One, the tender process, the contract management, and later on, while the work is ongoing, meaning when the service or what we're careful about in the supply process. İnan. Hello, everyone. İnan Özaslan. The work with, together with Kürşat. We have 24 plants and all investments. We are doing the contract demand management side. In fact, the expectations in the tender period, sufficiency of scope and documents are necessary for a successful tender period or for a successful contract or a successful project. We all know that this is the case. The suppliers, contractors here are specialists. In fact, as Enerjisa, first we should see what we're doing wrong or what we're trying to improve in what we do. In fact, technical specifications, tender documents, completeness of standards is very important. We have businesses in 24 plants and investment projects, and we're competing with time and racing against time. Of course, they may be missing things in our documents or specifications, which is no excuse. We are in an effort to try to improve ourselves. We are, and we're continuing to improve, in fact. First, I should say that. Second is, in fact, the contractors, yes, we have expectations. Tender documents should be reviewed very carefully, and especially optimization suggestions being brought to us. So these are our expectations from contractors because we're an investor company, yes. We have specialized departments among us, but we are not as specialized as our suppliers and contractors. Here, your feedback will be very important in the tender process. And in addition, in fact, while doing the contract, the commitment is there. During the tender process, really, the reviewing of the contracts is left to the last, yes. Of course, you have to go for documents first to be realistic, but after a point, reviewing the contract, and then that will mitigate any future problems. One of the actions we are trying to take here is, especially, we try to share the contracts so that subcontractor can review and suggest accordingly. But when we're shortlisted, we should ask for feedback. We ask for feedback. Because once you complete the negotiations, not being able to sign the contract is just energy lost, tender lost. This is how I can summarize. Supply or service process. To summarize our expectations from contract management, communication, as I said in the beginning, is one of the key words. We should be transparent and in communication with one another. And if we try to do this communication proactively for both sides, future risks can be minimized. In fact, what both sides do and what we're trying to do is really risk management in a way, because during this project or during this service, in fact, we should not be harmed. You should be able to get the profits that you anticipate. We have four main expectations from you. One is the quality and scope and budget and time specified in the specifications. Because of different reasons, any different deviation from these four expectations should be communicated to one another in a transparent and timely manner. And we should put forth proactive solutions. Of course, it's not like we can solve everything all the time, but if we can manage these as best as we can manage the risk, and at the end of the day, we will have reached our expectations and terminate the project. And in general, I can add something. When we say risk management, in fact, during the tender and while doing the job, we have a risk management. One of the things we've been trying to do when the economy was stable, we weren't doing that. But recently, because of the economic developments, price differences, we started to redefine differences in material or workmanship. So just like Kürşat said, if there's no win-win, and for there to be win-win, and we started to define price increases. Economic fluctuations, pandemic processes, we try to include the risks in our contract articles, yes, and also price differences. We have to understand it's not easy to do business. It's easy to do contracts, but practicing it out in the field is not easy. We are defining price differences, but one thing happens here. When price difference is added to a contract or proposal, what we expect from contractor candidates is they may need to include some risks in their proposals, of course. In that sense, too, please take note of the price difference risk we're assuming and minimize your proposals. That's our expectation. Okay, now I want to talk about our digital applications. We will show slides, one or two, very briefly. Why? Because we benefited a lot from this. Probably you too, in your own company, together with your business partners, you may want to use. And these have reduced our workload significantly. As you know, digitization has penetrated all aspects of our lives. In purchasing, in Enerjisa, we have made quite a headway. We have the Billboard application. In 2021, we received an award which reduced purchasing processes, and over Teams you can do this very easily with your own sources. With Billboard, the operational burdens on the purchasing processes have been greatly reduced. When you ask a question, it's answered in a couple of minutes. So we can easily, over Microsoft and Teams, do the application. We're a young team, we said, and I would like to talk to you about Talos. Our Talos, first robot in Greek mythology. Previously, what we used to do in purchasing was we had an end-to-end purchasing process. Our friend managed the entire process himself, and for the contract, he received support. But thanks to Talos, in fact, there's a purchasing group defined on SAP. Thanks to Talos, the entire process can be managed single-handedly. So we think we can manage this process very easily. And Koray will talk about the cockpit. Before we go to the cockpit. We skipped a slide. I wanted to inform you about that supplier portal. This is what the managers talked about: sustainability, the importance of risk assessments, performance management. Of course, during our workshops, this project came about. We implemented this project with our team members under the name of Supplier Portal, and Enerjisa had been waiting for a long time for this. It will contribute to digitization. It is now commissioned. Soon, Enerjisa Generation website. This will be accessible to our suppliers. One of the most important characteristics is that as of 2024, with a self-assessment method, depending on the answers we get to our questions, the sustainability and risk scores of our suppliers will be tracked. We were doing performance management, so again, this will be tracked over the portal. In the beginning of 2024, we're going to be sending a mail to our suppliers, and they will answer our surveys. On this journey, we'll be seeing our photograph and the photograph of our suppliers. In the digital and next journey, this will contribute greatly. Our second application, this is for our internal need mostly, cockpit application. The cleanliness of material main data. Stock companies may be familiar with this, especially repetitive codes being recreated and the cost that these bring about. This is why we've developed this internal application with a blurred logic algorithm. When material is being opened, we determine that it's repetitive and we prevent it at that point. So we're trying to prevent losses emanating from that, and we received an award. Another topic, again, we were only crawling in digitization when we did this, but we're trying to carry it up one notch. Data analysis. We're using SAP, and in SAP we have a variety of data: purchasing, order data, stock data. Through the program, we assess these and visualize, facilitate. We read, we interpret. Some digital tools are helping us do this, and we visualize where we purchase from, what are our purchasing patterns. Variable purchasing volumes can be visualized. Next step, we want to use this in forecasting as well. Before these purchasings happen, just like we can reduce our costs by forecasting, with precautions, we will be improving the purchasing process. Okay. In conclusion, as Enerjisa Generation, our door is always open to you, so thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we could ask our managers to the side of the stage, we're going to have an awards ceremony. They'll be presenting our awards. We don't want them to go away. So while doing their final preparations, 12 different categories of awards, and our managers will be presenting those.
Enerjisa Üretim deyince, rüzgar deyince...
These are olive tree seedlings. When we think of Enerjisa Üretim and wind power plants, of course, this is what comes to mind first. So we have 12 categories: best OHS solution partner, best solution partner in investment, etc. So we have 12 categories in total. We're going to give out awards. First, best occupational health and safety solution partner, Ünsal Kütaruk, Securitas. To give out the award, Kürşat Kocakahyaoğlu is joining us on the stage.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. En iyi
Thank you very much. Efes Metalürji, Refraktar İnşaat İzolasyon wins the Best OHS Solution Partner. Ersin Karaduman is coming here to give out the award to the company representative.
En iyi çözüm ortağı yatırım kategorisi
Best Solution Partner in Investment. Enerkon Rüzgar Enerji Santrali Kurulum and Tayfun Bayraktar is here to receive the award. Is Tayfun with us in the room? To give out the award, please welcome Elif Tatlı.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. En iyi çözüm ortağı yatırım kategorisi. Elif Hanım'ı bir süre daha sahnede ağırlayacağım.
Elif, please remain on the stage. Mordex Enerji, Emre Zengin is here to get the award from Mordex Enerji.
Elif Hanım takdim edecek.
Elif will be here to give out the award.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much. Best Solution Partner in Investment, Emin Selimoğlu, Gümrük Müşaviri. Please welcome Erdem Bostancıoğlu to represent the company. Koray Gülay is here to give out the award.
En iyi çözüm ortağı IT teknolojileri kategorisi.
In IT Technologies, our best Solution Partner Tayfun Tarı from Inditech. Kürşat Kocakahyaoğlu will be here to give out the award.
Teşekkür ederiz. En iyi çözüm ortağı iş gücü.
Best Solution Partner in Workforce, Pernas İnşaat, Alper Gürser. Please welcome Ersin Karaduman to give out the award.
Tebrikler. En iyi çözüm ortağı.
Congratulations. Best Solution Partner in Workforce Support, Technicom Service and Maintenance, Gökhan Yaşa. And please welcome İnan Özaslan.
Tebrikler.
Congratulations. Best Sustainability Practices, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Mümin Yıldız to receive the award. Please welcome back Koray Gülay to give out the award.
En başarılı sürdürülebilirlik uygulamaları ABB Elektrik
Also
Sanayi.
successful sustainability practices, ABM Elektrik Sanayileri. Please welcome back İnan Özaslan to give out the award.
En başarılı
Most successful sustainability practices, Schneider Electric, Nuray Alkaya. Barış Alkaya to give out the award.
Teşekkür ederiz. Son ödülümüz
Thank you. And lastly, Best Solution Partner in IT Technologies, Microsoft Computing Technologies, Erdal Çakır. Please welcome back Barış Turun to give out the award.
Evet, böylece ödül törenimiz de sona erdi. Bir kez daha bütün iş
So
ortaklarımıza
that
çok
marks the end of our award ceremony. Thank you again, all of our solution partners, and thank you, our managers, because we had a very fun panel discussion in the last part, and now we're ending towards the end, coming towards the end of the show. So the broadcast is still carrying on. We would like to thank all of you for your participation for Enerjisa Üretim. It's been extremely important for us to be with you to further cement our cooperation. It was extremely precious for us to be with you, our business partners. Thank you, and see you in further events in upcoming terms. Have a nice day.